Chapter 1385. Someone finally acted. Five Feathers suddenly stopped her onslaught of attacks. She looked at her opponent with disdain before mocking him. What happened to all that hatred and rage? Are you even trying to kill me? I don't need to try, Undead Phoenix replied. What do you mean? I've realized that there is no need to worry about your death, he explained. With how you're behaving and the terrifying nature of that curse, you will die eventually without the cure. So, why must I become the variable that helps you escape the curse? I only need to survive long enough, lay back, and watch you slowly march to your doom. Five Feathers' face twisted in anger. The latter was correct. Her curse and the body of sin were a ticking time bomb, and without the cure, it was only a matter of time before she died from their powers. In other words, the one in a hurry was her, not Undead Phoenix. Your plan hinged on staying alive, Five Feathers rebutted. And I'll make sure to hand you your ticket to the underworld. She attacked, and she was ever fiercer this time around. This prideful phoenix had one objective: kill this bastard and end the fate between them. Unfortunately, Undead Phoenix remained calm and composed. His primary mode of fighting was more defensive and reserved, not giving Five Feather a chance at even injuring him. You coward! Five Feathers yelled. Are you a man? How can you fight in such a cowardly manner? Undead Phoenix's lips twitched, but his tactic remained the same. Five Feathers grew more frustrated with this battle. Although she was confident in her newfound strength, the difference between them was not significant enough for her to kill him swiftly, and the situation worsened because he fought. Do you want to know a little secret? Five Feathers said with a cruel sneer. You should know by now that I never loved you. But did you know I've always loved your best friend? Bai Songxian? He was such a kind and handsome man with a heart of gold. It was sad he had to live all his life in your shadows. A terrifying killing intent flashed in Undead Phoenix's eyes. However, such a reaction only made Five Feathers smirked before she continued. I tried confessing my love, but he was too loyal. I even used an aphrodisiac to get his body. But he insisted on his loyalty. That's why I had to kill him. Although I loved him, I couldn't allow him to mess up my plans for you. UWH********. Undead Phoenix roared before launching toward her. He acted like a madman, trying to kill her without any consequences. However, Five Feathers only giggled joyously. That's more like it. She fought back vigorously, trying to use this opportunity to find a flaw and capture him. Calm down, yelled a voice inside Undead Phoenix's head, but he was not listening. We are not ready yet, and you're going to ruin the plan. Unfortunately, this message might have also been sent to the endless void. Damn it, I should have expected this idiot to cause trouble, muttered the voice, not caring whether Undead Phoenix heard him. In that case, let's change things. The battle intensified as these two mad titans clashed, almost losing their sanity. The destruction they caused could be imagined, but no one cared. In this vast world, population and territory were never lacking. At the peak of these people's battles, something unexpected suddenly occurred. A golden light suddenly flew out of Undead Phoenix's body and turned into ropes that bound the two of them. Five Feathers sensed something and tried to evade, but the golden rope was attracted to the sins on her body like metal to a magnet, making it impossible to avoid. She immediately tried to break it off, but it was useless. This rope would be bound to her as long as she had such a vast amount of karmic sins. She could use brute force to destroy it, but that process would take time, and she felt that the schemer would not give her this chance. This power, the golden body of merit. Five Feathers analyzed. Wang Wei, is that you? No, this aura is different. It's something I've seen before, Kong. We've met so many times, but it took you so long to recognize me. Is this how little I mean to you, or has your sanity degraded to such a level? What is the meaning of this? I also would like to know, Undead Phoenix added. Why am I also captured? What do you think? Emperor Kong responded. So, you've betrayed me, Undead Phoenix replied calmly. But do you think I wasn't prepared for this possibility? Emperor Kong looked at him. You have literally killed all the talented people under your watch, and destroyed valuable knowledge. Do you really think you could have done something that could escape my watch? Besides your powerful strength and resources, you have nothing. Emperor Kong shook his head. The moment Undead Phoenix agreed to work with him, he was doomed to die. It's a shame the plan had to start early, Emperor Kong sighed. According to his original plan, Undead Phoenix was supposed to continue the fight long enough for him to secretly establish a no-life array. After betraying him, Emperor Kong would have successfully killed 2 paragons at once. But now, he had to be satisfied with eliminating one of their lives. Undead Phoenix panicked a little after hearing these words and activated his backup. But, as expected, nothing failed. The formation that was the core of their plan remained intact. Emperor Kong ignored him and activated the genuine formation. An enormous amount of grievances gathered above their heads before rapidly condensing into a blade. Emperor Kong was the person who cleaned up the grievances of the world after making a deal with the moons. His actions significantly prolonged their reign by preventing the grievances from slowly eroding their chi luck dragon. However, today he used the same grievance to kill 2 of these moons. No, 5 Feathers yelled. She had just gained some control over this curse, and death would only aggravate her situation. She pushed her 5 elements and minor karma Dao to the limit, trying to break the golden rope. Sadly, the nature of that rope was the antithesis of sinful people like her, not to mention that Emperor Kong convinced Undead Phoenix to boost its power further to ensure it lasted long enough to bind someone of 5 Feathers' power. "You're first," Emperor Kong said, looking at Undead Phoenix. The golden rope contained the latter's power, so Kong knew it would not last long against Undead Phoenix. He waved his hand, and the dark purple sword descended on this man with the utmost swiftness. All resistances were futile. These moons have committed too many atrocities, and the world's grievances were a manifestation of the people, both mortals and cultivators, dissatisfaction with them. Emperor Kong's way of killing them is almost poetic, embodying the ultimate form of karma. Crack! A sound of breakage echoed in the sky, shifting Emperor Kong's focus. 5 Feathers' desperate measure was almost successful. Emperor Kong did not waste any more time and killed her. As he watched her body dissipate, Kong had a sense of completion, a moment of a circle coming around, to be specific. He wondered where this absurd feeling originated from until he thought about it more deeply. So everything was connected and come back around, he thought. He used the world's grievances to boost his career and prolonged these people's reign. However, Heavenly Tao never punished him for his actions. Kong always wondered why their academy's luck never suffered. His actions should have brought him some karmic connection to the moons that affected his and the academy's luck. Now he understood. Heavenly Tao's plan all along was for him to pay back his actions by eliminating these people using the very thing that prolonged their aid. Emperor Kong sighed. Today's event was further proof that Wang Wei's analysis about the future was correct. Emperor Kong looked in the academy's direction. He sensed the tremendous amount of luck and destiny that he had just acquired. He nodded in satisfaction before looking in the distance. He had feared that someone else would come to intervene in his plan and was prepared. Luckily, all the people who could help were either busy or too selfish to come. No, I need to lay low for a while, Emperor Kong thought. After today's events, many eyes will be on him. His academy was not one of the overlords or an ancient top paragon lineage. As such, many people will be interested in the luck and destiny he has just acquired. Wang Wei opened his eyes, his pupils shining with brilliant light. He had successfully analyzed those fluctuations, and now he shifted his focus to the war's outcome. Although he was in deep meditation, he still understood what was happening in this fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1386 Old Friends Visit. Should I take this opportunity to kill her? Wang Wei thought. 5 Feathers was currently vulnerable, and this was indeed the best time. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Many eyes are on her, and since Supreme Unity has shown he doesn't want these people to die completely, he might use extreme means to save her. The best move is to wait until Monk makes his move. All eyes will be on him, and I can use this opportunity to eliminate her. By then, if Monk's plans go smoothly, 2 of these bastards will die in a short period. Wang Wei agreed with this plan. However, before that, he felt he might need to warn someone. He contacted Red Mask before teleporting away. 5 Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room in her palace. An intense pain assaulted her senses and her soul. The curse marks spread through every part of her body. Sins, I need sins, 5 Feathers thought. She gritted her teeth before opening her space ring and taking out the reserved sins she stored for such a situation. She swiftly absorbed it like a man lost in a desert for days without water. It's not enough, she thought. 5 Feathers immediately contacted her shadow. Do we have any more mortal worlds? The shadow was quiet. Well, 5 Feathers snapped. No, Your Majesty, you've used all of them. Go find a few as fast as possible. As you wish. The 10 minutes spent waiting was hell for 5 Feathers. This damn curse wanted her to suffer before she died. She wanted to curse and kill that damn Jimin and Wang Wei for making her suffer so much. What took you so long? 5 Feathers said with a sharp look, but the shadow could only lower her head. Many secret dimensions/worlds were hidden by heavenly Tao instead of powerful cultivators. That's why some random secret realm from an ancient era could suddenly appear out of nowhere. These mortal dimensions are a backup protection for mortals, meaning they were a high priority for safely hiding them. The fact they found so many of them so quickly was a miracle. I'm sorry for the delay, but moving the dimension to the palace will take a few minutes, the shadow explained. That's too long. I'll go there myself. 5 Feathers teleported away, immediately entering this new world. Her red eyes glanced at this vast, prosperous land ruled by 33 mortal dynasties. She did not care for these ants. Their purpose was only to alleviate her pain. She did not care that she was about to massacre trillions of individuals. Swish! Before she could act, a bright red flame encapsulated 5 Feathers' body, and she started screaming and moaning in pain. Countless grieving souls rushed out of her body and floated above her head. They laughed at her before entering her body again, but each time, the pain intensified. I warned you, didn't I? Said a cold voice. Did you think I was bluffing? Please, make it stop. I've realized your current state is like a mad animal, Wang Wei sneered. Without a painful lesson, you won't remember. You won't behave. So it's teaching time. For the next hour, Wang Wei utilized his pain innate talent to its full effect as he punished 5 Feathers for her action. I think you'll remember my words now. 5 Feathers swallowed a handful of pills before slowly flying away. She immediately summoned her subordinates, and the first thing she did was eradicate her shadow. She does not care how Wang Wei knew her whereabouts, but only the fact he did, and she suffered for it. How far has my plague curse been developed? 5 Feathers asked coldly. The pain she just suffered superseded the curse, allowing her to adapt quickly. However, she could feel this curse was raising the intensity to meet her new pain threshold. 5 Feather knew she would not survive long if she had to live with that pain for the rest of her life. Everyone was quiet, too afraid to answer. But when they sensed she was about to explode, someone finally answered, We have just started, Your Majesty. It seems I have to kill a few of these bastards to light a fire under them. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you can't. What did you say? The contract we signed with these curse masters is ironclad. The crease on 5 Feathers' forehead increased as she remembered her promise to these people. Hire more of them and tell them I will double the rewards if they finish early. Why, yes. Also, start hunting devil cultivators. 5 Feathers ordered. She figured she could alleviate her situation by taking their karmic sins. Lastly, offer 10 Paragon artifacts as a reward for Emperor Kong's head, and 2 for any of his disciples. These ministers looked at each other. This pierce was indeed tempting, especially in the current situation where strength matters more than cultivation. Unfortunately, their lord has refused to pay an assassination contract more than once, meaning few people will even trust her words this time. However, they did not say anything and just nodded. Wang Wei had just received the news about Emperor Kong's bounty, but he did not care. The world had entered a semi-peaceful state. The two wars were still ongoing but with some minor differences. The two sun vessels fought in this world's version of a void battlefield. Meanwhile, Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix were recuperating from their terrible loss. He knew these two would not stop trying to kill each other, but they were now on guard of other people taking advantage of their confrontation. Such a balanced state should remain as such for a while, so Wang Wei was waiting while training the mortals. They were still the crux of this catastrophe, and their prosperity was the key to their survival. Wang Wei thought this peace would last for a while, but an old contact talisman from the lower dimension activated. He pondered deeply before accepting the call, and they met at his chosen location. "Wrath, how have you been?" Wang Wei asked, looking at her. She was at the peak of the great emperor realm, which was not surprising. Although she was talented and had merit from the lower dimension, without a powerful enough faction, breaking the Empyrean barrier as swiftly as some of the others is challenging. "I need your help." "So direct, I see," Wang Wei replied. "You promised my master to take care of me, right?" "I'm pretty sure I have accomplished what I promised him in the lower dimension," Wang Wei replied with his lips twitching. "Have you?" Wrath asked, looking him in the eyes. "Fine. Tell me what is so important." "My master's few remaining descendants were captured by a woman named Madame Lu. I need your help to save them." "Madame Lu? Where have I heard this name before?" Wang Wei muttered. "She's the real controller of the Sunshine Pavilion. She has another name, the Heavenly Serpent Empress." "That's right," Wang Wei nodded. "He has dealt with many spy agencies, and the Sunshine Pavilion is one of them. However, he also knew little about them except Madame Shun was the mistress, but the real power was someone else called Madame Lu." "Why did she take them?" Wang Wei asked. "More importantly, why are you still involved with these people?" "They are my master's last remaining descendants. How can I not? You've done so much for your Neo-Devils, but aren't you worried about the consequences of associating with them? Most people do not care about the devil race, but your master's descendants are something else. They are the last proof of his existence, so I must save them," Wrath said stubbornly. "You are the last proof of his existence, not them," Wang Wei countered. However, what he saw as a response was a pair of willful eyes. "All right, I'll look into it, but make no promises." "But," Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. "I have a lot on my plate currently, and if it is as my intuition is telling me, your affairs will not be simple. In that case, you will have to wait. But waiting means decreasing their chances of survival." "Then, let's hope my intuition is wrong," Wang Wei replied. He ended the conversation by dissipating his projection. He asked Red Mask for all their information about the Sunshine Pavilion and Madame Lu. The information was not much, but it was enough for Wang Wei to know she had a reputation for being lustful and extremely powerful. Some people even proclaimed her as the most powerful Empyrean. However, one of the Fate Shadow Guard's notes about her information caught his attention. It said it was suspected she was someone from an old era, possibly the Golden or even further. Someone from that era that is still alive? Did she not participate in the ultimate taboo? She probably stayed and destroyed her cultivation during the cleanup. Wang Wei had only one way to check this information, so he went to see his ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1387. The Quitters. Wang Wei activated the communication array, and Yen Hai's beautiful but stern face showed on the other side. "Boy, I'm still busy with your affairs, and your constant call won't speed up things. I'm not here about that." "Then, why are you contacting me?" "I want to know about someone called Madame Lu." "Who?" "Madame Lu, also known as the Heavenly Serpent Empress. She's the behind-the-scenes person of the Sunshine Pavilion." The name Sunshine Pavilion rings a bell, but not the others. "Hold on, let me check." Yan Hai disappeared while Wang Wei spent the next few seconds thinking about scandalous scenarios in which his ancestor learned about the Sunshine Pavilion. He doubted they were true, but it was fun to sully her name in his mind. Of course, even if the world were to collapse, he would never reveal to anyone what devious thing his mind was cooking. Yan Hai's face appeared, holding a scroll. She read it for a few seconds before a realization dawned on her. Oh, it's Lu Chuntao, or the Boulder Serpent Empress. Has she changed her name again? You know her? Yes, she's from my era. Yan Hai nodded. Are you going to deal with her? You should be extra careful. As a matter of fact, I recommend you don't in your current state. She's that formidable? Wang Wei asked. Can you tell me more? I don't really know much since my interactions with her were far and few. Is that so? I figured she would be in your woman's support group. Wang Wei stated. We invited her, but she was a loner and refused. Yan Hai explained. I see. Wang Wei nodded. What else can you tell me? She's very cunning. Yan Hai explained. Her rise started after successfully stealing the bloodline of a primordial earth serpent, a one-of-kind primordial chaos life form under the watch of both the demon and the innate demon god race. After that, her reputation was mostly because of her beauty and lustful nature. Wang Wei nodded. The information he knew did mention how Madame Lu liked to collect handsome men into her harem. She then showed her power during the Paragon Heaven Will battle, becoming one of the final 33 winners. Afterward, no one paid true attention to her until the ultimate taboo. So, she did participate? Wang Wei asked. Yes. So why is she still alive? Can't you let me finish? Yan Hai stared at him. Sorry, he swiftly apologized. Yan Hai calmed down before continuing. She is one of the quitters. Wang Wei did not ask and waited for her to explain. My memory is vague, but a few things remained vivid. Yan Hai continued. The taboo was this endless world divided into 3 areas: outer, middle, and inner. Each area contained countless ruins, each containing some information about Transcendents. However, there were 2 types of ruins: free ruins and trial ruins. Trial ruins contained rewards and way more information, but as the name suggested, the participants needed to pass a trial to access the information. During that trial, Lu Chuntao revealed the strength of Primal despite the world always believing she was only a peak paragon. Wang Wei frowned. Has she always been hiding her strength, or did she have an opportunity during the taboo? No one knows truly, but my intuition told me it was the former, Yan Hai replied. A cunning woman indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Primals are the equivalent of nuclear deterrents in the cultivation world. So that means it is in the ruling faction's best interest to know who is won. It is not a simple matter to hide one cultivation before experts of the same level, and anyone who has succeeded and done so for an extended period can be labeled as competent. So, what does it mean to be a quitter? Wang Wei asked. After passing a trial, everyone had 3 choices: random reward, ticket of exit, and accumulated points. The rewards were random, but the weakest level was Tier 12. And as you can imagine, a few more primals were born from those rewards. The exit ticket is self-explanatory. No one could leave that place without one. However, the deeper the area, the more tickets were required to leave. While we were in the middle area, Lu Chuntao gathered enough tickets and left early. She left? Why? Is it because it was getting too dangerous? Not necessarily. Wang Wei waited for her to explain, but no sounds came out of her mouth for a few seconds. What other possibilities are there? If she found an incomplete method. Incomplete method? Isn't that the same as, those 2? No, it's not the same. Yan Hai shook her head. Their methods are flawed, meaning there are some restrictions and the probability of success is low. Incomplete methods mean the creator was in the right direction but they never even succeeded. So, incomplete methods cannot be cultivated and must be perfected. That's right. So, she found an incomplete method, left early, and started to repair it. She even destroyed her cultivation during those 2's cleanup, so she would not have to enter limbo. Wang Wei summarized. I think I know why she captured the Primoriginator Devil's descendant. She did? Why? Yanhai asked. Don't you remember what happened to the Primoriginator after his death? Him? Or are you insinuating that his transcendent artifact fell in Lu Chuntao's hands? Most likely, Wang Wei nodded. She needed his blood to control the artifact, and it might also be the source of the transcendent method that she fixed. Brother Chiyuan once theorized that Heavenly Tao took the artifact to use as a fortunate encounter for someone worthy. But your explanation is also possible, Yan Hai commented. In fact, the more I think deeply about this woman, the more suspicions that I have. Wang Wei continued. How did she survive under these two people's watch? I'm sure they were both interested in her method, but here she is, alive and well. The artifact could explain how she hid from them. In that case, why did she destroy her cultivation? Wang Wei continued. The artifact should allow her to keep her strength while remaining in hiding. It's possible that she did not want a target in her back since these two would feel uneasy with such a powerful paragon in their corners, but based on what I know of her so far, she doesn't seem the kind of person to back down because of such challenge. You overlooked another possibility. She did not know how to use the weapon to hide before, Yan Hai added. Even after having it for so long? That artifact was a weapon of killing, not for hiding. So, you can imagine the knowledge required to use it for other things. I see, Wang Wei said with shining eyes. She had no choice but to destroy her cultivation and get them off her back. However, while these two were reaching higher levels, she used the knowledge she had acquired from the taboo to better understand and utilize the artifact. That's probably the closest truth we can deduce without knowing exactly what happened. Yan Hai nodded. However, my suspicions about her cultivation have increased instead of abated. Wang Wei added. It's been so long, so it's possible for her to return to her peak secretly and hide it with the artifact. At the very least, she has returned to the Paragon realm. I guess Wrath will be disappointed. Wang Wei sighed. He knew of his intuition, so he was not surprised by this outcome. However, he shook his head and regained focus. He still had questions about the ultimate taboo. Ancestor, what about the other quitters? Wang Wei asked. Lu Chuntao cannot be the only one, right? They were hunted, she replied. By the two sons? Only a tiny portion of them, Yan Hai explained. Then who? Many cultivators did not have the ball to enter the taboo and waited outside. Yan Hai elaborated. They hunted these quitters to take their rewards or methods. So, there are people who did not participate in the events with methods? That's good to know. The number is not as high as you think, Yan Hai responded. Only the middle area rewarded incomplete methods, and few people could get their hands on one and get enough tickets to escape. Those capable people will not be killed easily, and that's not to mention no one can pry the information from their souls. You mean, there is a powerful restriction on this knowledge, so unless they open their mouth and willingly reveal it, no one can get it from their mind or souls, Yan Hai said. Wang Wei nodded. Grand Tao did its best to prevent these incomplete or flawed methods from spreading far and wide. What about the accumulated points you mentioned? We pass trials, accumulate points until the inner area where we should have been able to exchange for a perfect method. Should? Wang Wei asked, quite curious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1388, 2,500 Years. Unedited chapter. Yan Hai showed a look of anger and frustration after hearing these words. That trial was bullshit. Although I don't remember much, I still remember it was nothing but bullshit. Calm down, ancestor, Wang Wei swiftly said. You don't understand, Yan Hai said with gritted teeth. After countless trials and tribulations, we finally reached the deepest part of the inner area and were given a choice. Accept the flawed method or pass that bullshit trial to get a perfect method. But there was no perfect method. All the best talents and greatest minds of the Chaos Universe participated in the trial, and only 5 people survived. On top of that, we all failed. It was nothing but bullshit. Grand Dao did not want anyone with a perfect method, so he made that impossible trial. Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he may have triggered some bad memories for her. Luckily, she did not remember exactly what happened during that trial, or her reaction might have been more severe. You're right, ancestor, but there is nothing we can do now besides letting go. Wang Wei persuaded her. Yan Hai's chest rose up and down as she controlled her breathing to calm down. She snorted coldly to herself, her eyes displaying a sharp and intense killing intent that only she knew was the target. Is there anything else? No, Wang Wei replied. Although he had a few more questions, he did not dare ask. Yan Hai ended the communication, and Wang Wei finally breathed in relief. He took a moment to regain his composure before meeting Wrath again. I'm sorry, but I can't help you, Wang Wei said directly. Why? Wrath asked, and Wang Wei explained everything, including Lu Chuntao's past and his deduction. Maybe you're wrong, Wrath argued. After all, these are nothing but speculations. Even if that's true, I'm not willing to take the risk, at least not now, Wang Wei replied calmly. By the time you're ready, it will be too late. Wang Wei shrugged at these words. Wang Wei, you? Okay. Don't say anything that will ruin our relationship. Wang Wei stopped her. Don't forget your mission to your people. You should focus on surviving this catastrophe and become stronger in the upcoming era. That's the only way you'll be able to protect the Neo-Demons. Wang Wei's words were sincere, and he hoped she would listen to him. Wrath stared at him before closing her eyes, exhaling deeply to calm down. You're extremely talented and have inherited the destiny of the devil race, meaning your future is very bright. However, you need time to grow and maybe even protection, so I recommend you join a faction. Wang Wei continued. Including your sect? Wrath asked, looking directly in the eyes. Yes, including mine. Wang Wei nodded. This is not the lower dimension, so you don't have to live with a chip on your shoulder. What the devil race has done was so long ago that few people care. And the ones who do remember do not care since they consider you guys losers. The only thing that may cause you problems is your identity as your master's disciple. But once people know Lu Chuntao has that artifact, no one will care about that. I see. Wrath nodded before turning around, preparing to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Wang Wei frowned as he looked at her. Don't do stupid like trying to exchange the news about Lu Chuntao in exchange for rescuing these descendants. I want. Wang Wei sighed before snapping his finger. Chains materialized and caught Wrath before she could react. What is the meaning of this? Your eyes betrayed you, Wang Wei said. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you know how much is on my plate? Wang Wei complained. The last thing I need is for you to complicate the situation by making Lu Chuntao into an active chess player. The Heavenly Serpent Empress was still lying low-key and hiding in the shadows, which was beneficial to Wang Wei. So, the last thing he wanted was for Wrath's action to make her more active, maybe even turning her into his enemy. Are you going to kill me? Wrath asked calmly. Now that the truth was revealed, she accepted her fate. No, but he'll seal you, Wang Wei replied. He waved his hand, and she turned into a marble. Wang Wei sighed. He did many things for the devil race and fulfilled his promise to the primogenitor. But what has he gotten in return? Wang Wei was now sure that someone, most likely Heavenly Book, had stolen his fortunate encounter that contained that transcendent artifact. Why is my life so hard? Wang Wei complained before dissipating. Time passed and a month passed by. Wang Wei was cultivating his flesh puppets in the blood pool. Then, he summoned Dulgun to check on Monk's progress. How long do you think it will take? Do you know what we're doing? Dulgun asked. I have some ideas, Wang Wei replied. The records said your clan was one of the most vengeful, and there is a reason for that. Dulgun nodded. The process takes time and requires a great price, so don't expect anything in the next few hundred years. That's really short. Wang Wei nodded approvingly. What he feared was that Monk would take too long. How confident is he? Monk has just acquired his current strength, so Wang Wei was worried about him. No need to worry. By the time the ceremony starts, he will be a full-fledged warrior with plenty of experience, Dulgun reassured. Is he going to inherit one of his ancestors' memory? Wang Wei asked. That's right, she nodded. I'm more reassured now, but that won't affect his personality, will it? I don't think so. You don't sound too reassured. He's doing things too fast, Dulgun admitted, hence her worries. However, this is the path he chose, so I'll support him. I see. Wang Wei nodded. Don't forget to remind me when it starts. No problem, Dulgun agreed. Oh, one more thing. I've successfully separated 20% of the heaven wills from the blood dragon's shadow. You did an excellent job, Wang Wei praised. Typically, this news would be something to celebrate, but things like heaven will are useless in the current era/situation. I would offer you a reward, but you understand. It's fine, Dulgun replied generously. In just a flash, 2,500 years passed. The world was still in chaos as the two major wars continued. The two suns' vessels have disappeared, fighting in the void battlefield and out of sight. Meanwhile, Taoism could barely hold on with support from the Earth Emperor. Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers have had two direct confrontations in the past 2 millennials, but anyone could tell they were testing ground rather than genuine battles. So, those two are ready to fight to the death? That's right, Red Mask reported. Five Feathers' curse has increased drastically after she finished the Heart-Soul Plague 200 years ago, and Undead Phoenix has lost too many people in such a short period. He cannot allow her to grow any more powerful. How did hell did she succeed so fast? And why is this plague so potent? Wang Wei asked. It was okay if she developed a plague that could affect non-immortal cultivators, but the latest news said this plague could even kill immortal sovereigns and Dao monarchs. That's why I'm here, Red Mask reported after a brief silence. Did something happen? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Sage Pure Flame disappeared. What do you mean he disappeared? It appeared the person we captured was a well-made clone, and I couldn't even tell the difference. You're telling me this now? Wang Wei asked with a harsh tone. That's because the clone suddenly disappeared less than a month ago, Red Mask reported. I wanted to recapture or find more information before reporting. Report these kinds of things to me as soon as possible, understood? Yes, sir. Wang Wei massaged his temple as he pondered. Are you saying the Five Feathers Plague is the same as Pure Flame? Not the same, but based on it. Did he give it to her himself? Did they do it voluntarily? Or is he someone else's pawn? Something fishy is going on, but I can't wrap my head around it, Wang Wei muttered. How dangerous is this plague? Preliminary analysis is that we should be able to cure it, but it takes time, Red Mask responded truthfully. Time we may not have, Wang Wei rebutted. As expected, after a short peace, everything was rapidly going to shit. According to the original plan, we should have had our people participate in the creation so we could have a cure at hand to prevent it from going out of control. How is that going? I apologize, but something went wrong. Of course it did, Wang Wei complained. What exactly? None of our people participated in the final steps of its creation, Red Mask reported. We know that only Five Feathers and one other individual know the final formula, but we don't even know who that is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1389, The Larger Implications. Wang Wei contemplated his next move. Five Feathers must die, but he also cannot allow her plague to get out of control. Try to find the other person who knows the formula. Additionally, have the Curse Master study a sample just in case. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Anything else? Wang Wei asked. We received news of signs of instability in the Great Chu dynasty. You said you received it? Yes, from Lady Sun Junyao. I see. Continue. There are signs that someone is trying to overthrow the Earth Emperor, Red Mask stated. Who? All signs point to the Empress. Her? But that doesn't sound like her personality, Wang Wei added as he remembered the knowledge he had about Shu Run and his dynasty. When his clone was scheming against his downfall, he considered many possibilities, including using his family. That's right, Red Mask nodded. The information stated that someone may be behind the scenes and the Empress is just a discarded pawn. Are they trying to force Shu Ren and the third prince to fight? Wang Wei analyzed. But this tactic is too obvious and shouldn't work, unless we are missing a crucial detail. He stopped as he suddenly remembered something. Did we ever find out why Shu Ren tolerated the third prince? Sadly, no. Wang Wei nodded before looking in the distance. Everyone can feel it, he said. A pivotal moment is approaching, and Shu Ren is one of the only open variables left that can intervene and change things. We can't allow this, so let's give him something to do. Lord, what do you need me to do? Don't worry, they'll take care of it, Wang Wei added. By the way, how much of our information do we still rely on foreign agencies to acquire? Currently, more than 22% of our most valuable information comes from foreign agencies, with Lady Zunyo's being our primary source, Red Mask reported. 15%? It's lower than I anticipated. Wang Wei nodded. The last time he asked was before his 10,000 yuan epic retreat, and the number was as high as 36%. I will do my best to reduce that number, Red Mask promised. I never doubted you, Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. He closed his eyes to check on the mortals. The war has devastated the overall population, but the vastness of the world and the fact that many people actively protected mortals prevented the problem from reaching a higher level. However, Wang Wei knew these wars were just the beginning. Since Supreme Unity's goal is to wipe out the mortal population, the bastard won't stop at anything before accomplishing his goal. Wang Wei strongly believes that Supreme Unity never planned to allow any of the moons to die so soon. If not for Maitreya and Wang Wei's intervention, he would have eased the relationship between Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix after their battle had killed enough mortals. He may still try this, Wang Wei analyzed. The good news for him is that the mortals have already built the Law Soul and a prototype of a law weapon, meaning their civilization has reached Tier 7. Additionally, my theory was correct, Wang Wei thought. One of the mortals proposed a mad theory on how to control law in a large area. The Rune community treated his paper as the words of a madman, but Wang Wei saw the idea/prototype of a law domain, which is something Saints, Tier 8, can control in the origin cultivation system. I wonder whether Heavenly Tao realized it may have opened Pandora's box by allowing a mortal civilization that reaches Tier 9, Wang Wei analyzed. This decision may appear as if it was a sudden choice to pass this catastrophe, but Wang Wei was a visionary and could see the ramifications. For example, battles between two chaos worlds. Once two worlds fight, the true factor that decides victory is the top powerhouses. If one world has more primal or more paragons, their chances of winning a war are drastically higher. However, now there was another possibility. In the future, the Eternal Ascension world can choose another way of winning. They can send the mortal civilizations to eradicate all the enemy's mortals and cultivators below Tier 10. Everyone knows the weaker cultivators are the backbone of any world, especially during war. They are the group that will eventually grow into emperors, empyreans, paragons, and primals. But what if that base is annihilated? In such a war, the Eternal Ascension world can just take its time and allow the damage acquired by its opponent to stack since it can no longer train new soldiers and powerhouses. The way war is fought will forever be changed, Wang Wei analyzed. Such drastic change is not something Heavenly Tao can decide on its own. So, has Grand Tao allowed it? It makes sense. Grand Tao's only purpose is to guide the growth of the world. Mortal civilization's advantage was not only its war potential but the fact it drastically increased the talent pool of the cultivation system. The mortals in the Rune civilization are what comics in Wang Wei's past life usually referred to as peak humans. Their bodies, souls, and bloodlines have reached the limit of humanity, making them easier to cultivate once they are detected to have talents. The enlightened humans who have gained early access to spiritual power and can carve runes have great talents for spirit cultivation and professions. So, even if they don't have cultivation talent, their descendants are likelier to have such talents. If every chaos world had a mortal civilization, the Chaos Universe would receive a boom of prosperity, Wang Wei analyzed. With the advent of the Transcendent era, such a boon might be necessary to ensure this new era is as prosperous as possible. However, are things so simple? Wang Wei can say for sure that 99% of worlds will reject the notion of giving such power to mortals. Non-immortal cultivators will never allow these ants to have the power to hurt them, and immortal cultivators already believe they are a different species from non-immortals, let alone mortals. Most of these people will not care about the overall benefit to their worlds or cultivation civilizations since there was no direct benefit for them. Finally, there is also the fear that mortal civilization might reach the level of immortal. Although the possibility is relatively small, it is still possible. Such a fear is enough to stop most of these powerhouses. A few might succeed in spreading it in their areas, but the entire chaos world can't follow. Unless their worlds also faced a catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Or they are invaded and see the benefit of this civilization. Wang Wei could predict Grand Dao's method. Even if he did not start the Third Origin War as expected, the upcoming Transcendent era will be a time of war and strife throughout the Chaos Universe. Transcendents also need resources, and unlike Paragons, one Chaos world is not enough for even a single of them. In other words, the act of plundering will become routine. In fact, my analysis is just the bare surface, Wang Wei thought. The mortal civilization or the rune civilization is a perfect blend of science and technology and cultivation civilization, made accessible to mortals. In some ways, Grand Dao has used me as a pawn to assimilate the science and technology civilization of Earth or the prehistoric world. Wang Wei sighed. According to my predictions, Ying Zhang and I were not the only ones who reincarnated/transmigrated from Earth, so the others may also be pawns to assimilate other ideas or concepts from Earth. Wang Wei squinted. I probably was not the first one. Whether it's Buddhism or even the barbarian clan based on Mongolian, they were all probably created by Grand Dao after assimilating certain aspects of Earth. In other words, Earth is a source of inspiration for Grand Dao just like it is to me, Wang Wei analyzed. I always assumed that Earth or the prehistoric world was protected, hence why Grand Dao never targeted it. While this may be true, there is also the possibility that Grand Dao values it more, that's why it never put its entire focus on targeting it. But one day, once Earth is no longer valuable, I fear what is to come is a full-on destruction campaign. Wait, no, there is another possibility. Why did I theorize I was a fate seed even back on Earth? It made no sense for someone from Earth to be chosen for the fate cardinal position, until now. Grand Dao wanted someone to take and execute these ideas from Earth, thus contributing to the Chaos Universe's prosperity. That's why I was one of the fate seeds. Damn it, how deep is this conspiracy? How much of my life was planned by that bastard? Wang Wei felt a rage overcoming him. His very existence was probably due to Grand Dao using its limited power inside the prehistoric world. The cracks that swallowed him were probably not an accident but an inevitable, even a test to determine whether he was the final fate seed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1390 Shu Ren's bright future. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. No, things are not as bad as I think, Wang Wei told himself. The moment I started my path to devour these purple orbs, I should have embarked on a path of breaking my fate. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to reassure himself. He had a logical analysis to arrive at this conclusion, and the answer was obvious, Hongjun. No matter how subtle and brilliant Grand Dao's plan was, Hongjun was a transcendent and should have detected some hints. There is no way Hongjun would have helped me if he had any suspicions that I was a fate seed, Wang Wei analyzed. So, what most likely happened was the other fate seeds were taken into the void, and Grand Dao's test was for them to survive for a period before taking them to reincarnation. However, I broke the mold of the test by surviving and turning into this soul monster. This caught Hongjun's attention, and he watched over. He was planning something himself and thought I may become a variable, so he invested a little protection and luck blessing. Wang Wei's eyes shine with golden brilliance. I should not be too excited. I may have exceeded Grand Dao's test, but that did not change the fact I was branded with the Fate Seed title. In fact, my excellence meant I was the best choice for the job. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He needed to eliminate his status as a Fate Seed. I wanted to wait until I was about to achieve half-step Transcendence before asking Grand Dao, but it seems this must be done before becoming a Paragon. Additionally, I must prepare in case Grand Dao breaks the rule and refuses to tell me. If there is one lesson Wang Wei learned from previous experience is that he cannot rely on these powerful entities to be competent or keep their word. So, he needed a backup plan in case things went wrong. Wang Wei stopped theorizing and focused on the task at hand, checking on these mortals. He waved his hand, and a piece of information manifested in his palm. The rune body is finished, and it's usable to cultivators. This method should reduce the intensity of the war, but I cannot reveal it yet in case Supreme Unity makes countermeasures. He nodded in satisfaction before checking one last time. Most of these mortals were not training in mock battles in the Void Illusion realm to prepare for the upcoming war. Good, Wang Wei nodded. They are developing faster than I anticipated. He looked in the distance while muttering, Monk is ready, so all that's left is to distract Shu Ren. Great Chu Dynasty, 33 Nether Hell. Shu Ren sat on a black throne with souls and bones as an aesthetic. His eyes were closed as he checked the situation of this dimension, and the smile on the corner of his mouth showed what kind of mood he was in. Can this work? Shu Ren thought. His nether hell rapidly reached the finished stage after using 5 feathers method. Of course, another great contributor was these wars that allowed him to gather trillions upon trillions of souls. As long as I complete it and sacrifice his nether hell to the underworld, they should give me the Earth Emperor position, Shu Ren thought excitedly. And even if that doesn't work, my actions should be enough to become a Yama King. Shu Ren's smile deepened as he thought about his bright future. Shu Ren was not stupid and knew what a bleak future awaited him. His chi luck was rapidly decreasing, and a sense of doom loomed over him. Shu Ren knew that even if he survived this catastrophe, 2 fates awaited him, being Supreme Unity's pawn or the Human Emperor's pawn. However, this will be my way out, he analyzed. Either the Earth Emperor or the Yama King positions are enough to survive this catastrophe and escape my fate as a pawn. And that's not mentioning the benefits of strength. Although Shu Ren acted arrogant on the outside, he knew he had long reached the limit of his talent. Even with the world's resources, he could no longer make much progress. However, the destiny of the Earth Emperor or Yama King was enough for him to become a peak paragon, maybe even a primal. And this may not be my limit, Shu Ren thought with shining eyes. Previously, he knew his limit, so he never considered achieving such levels. But now, a seed called ambition was growing inside his heart. I need to calm down, Shu Ren reminded himself. The nether hell was close to completion but not there yet. But the question is how to perfect it. Do I need to understand Samsara Dao? No, I came so far without it. Maybe I can use more people with Earth Dao, or I could use the more extreme way, fuse enough souls into the place and force it to evolve naturally. These 2 approaches have merits, and they can be used simultaneously. The souls required would be astronomical, but luckily, this world lacks nothing but souls, Shu Ren thought. However, he always felt there were better ways, but he couldn't think of it. Forget it. Maybe it will come to me later on. Shu Ren teleported away, returning to his throne in Great Chu. He did not summon his ministers but only contacted his shadow. Report. Yes, Lord. The shadow knelt on one knee. 2 major things, starting with this. He took out a scroll, and with a wave the paper flew before Shu Ren. He immediately sneered after reading it. Taoism asked him to participate in this war directly, and this time they were no longer playing around as they directly threatened him. Shu Ren wrote an edict ordering his military director to increase troops and resources to reinforce Taoism. He also asked his ambassador to use any excuse to explain his absence. The issue of soul gathering should be dealt with now, Shu Ren thought, hiding the smile on his face. What's next? The shadow handed him an information talisman. The Empress has committed treason? Shu Ren asked. It seems that some people treat me as stupid. Lord, do you want me to investigate? No need. The shadow looked at him confusingly. It's time for me to deal with my unfilial third son, Shuren replied calmly. And they just handed me the perfect reason. Shuren sneered. His son has been safe for so long for two interconnected reasons. The bastard allied himself with the Great Qin dynasty and successfully schemed to take control of a significant part of his 33 nether hell. But now that the thing was about to be complete and Shuren saw the hope of escaping his fate, it was time to destroy that annoying pest. His third son has always portrayed himself as filial to his mother, making her the best direction to deal with him. Swish! Shuren frowned as he looked at the shadowy figure in the room that appeared out of nowhere. You better have a good reason to interrupt my meeting. Lord, there is an emergency. What is it? Imperial consort Shu Shu has fallen into a coma. What? Shuren stood up. His body instinctively released a terrifying aura. What do you mean by this? However, he did not wait for an answer before teleporting to the flawless Phoenix Palace. He saw Shu Shu lying in bed with countless maids around her, most of whom were trembling. What happened here? No one answered him, which riled up Shuren even more. He was about to kill someone when the handmaid reacted fast enough by kneeling on the floor. Your Majesty, forgive us. We don't know what happened. The lady was eating her meals when she felt ill. Did someone poison her? I don't think so. Think. I tested the food, even drunk it myself. The headmaid swiftly replied. I found no poison. Shuren had calmed down somewhat as his divine sense did not detect anything wrong with the food on the table. You better hope this has nothing to do with you, he warned, not hiding his killing intent. Shuren approached her, ready to check her current situation. Your Majesty, the primary shadow suddenly appeared before him. Let me do it. This is not the time for your nonsense. In times like these, it's best to be careful, the shadow continued. Get out of the way before I kill you, Shuren snapped. Your Majesty, I insist, the shadow replied, his eyes firmer than ever in his life. He was prepared to die, but he could not allow his Majesty to be the one investigating this woman. A scythe manifested behind Shuren, ready to annihilate this disobedient subordinate. However, the look in the shadow's eyes made him stop. Yes, this is not the time to act on emotions. He exhaled to calm down before canceling his technique. Go ahead, he ordered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1391 Shu Shu's Fate. The shadow took a deep breath before slowly walking over Shu Shu's body. He carefully extended his divine sense, scanning every part of her body. Usually, such an intimate act would be considered a violation of a person's privacy. As a subordinate of the emperor, he should never know the body of an imperial consort so vividly unless he was a doctor. However, the situation was different, and since it involved the emperor's body, the shadow had to cross the line. Well? Shuren asked after seeing the shadow frown and not uttering a word. Her existence is collapsing, the shadow replied. What? Such a severe injury? Shuren asked. The anger he had previously controlled immediately resurfaced. So, someone did get to her? I'm afraid not, the shadow explained. What are you saying? The shadow was quiet. Now you want to be quiet? Shuren roared, releasing his killing intent to the shadow again, making him kneel on the ground. Explain what you discovered. The imperial consort is a failed experiment after all. The foundation of her existence is the concept of perfection, and since she was not appropriately made, it is not collapsing. Shuren clenched his hands after hearing this. He had forgotten about this fact. Most perfection experiments do not last long, and the few successful ones usually require the subjects to cultivate to a high enough level to make up for their flaws. Shu Shu had no cultivation and could live for so long because Shuren fed her many immortal pills. The worst part is that she cannot cultivate herself in the current situation. Do you have any solutions? Shu Ren asked. For now, we can only return her to. The shadow stops as he remembers the Emperor destroyed the dimension Shu was found in case something was wrong with it. The worst part is it was the shadow's suggestion. We can only temporarily seal her to prevent the collapse. Maybe the scholars will have a method. Shu Ren calmed down before walking to her. He finally checked himself, and without hesitation, he tried to inject some of his powers into her body. However, his actions seemed to accelerate the process as a quarter of Shu's hair suddenly turned white. Shu Ren immediately stopped his actions. Summon the dynasty's brightest mind. I need an answer before the sun rises, Shu Ren ordered, his gaze not leaving her side. One more thing. The news cannot leave this hall. As you wish. The shadow nodded before summoning a sword. After massacring all the maids present, he summoned these scholars and enlightened beings. Under the threat of death, these scholars gave Shu Ren 2 solutions. He sat on his throne, contemplating their words. The first solution was unusable since Shu Ren knew he would lose Shu if he dared show her before supreme unity. If he asked Taoism for help, the best scenario was that they would use her to control him, and he would still lose her in the end. Are you sure we don't have any resources for Perfection Dao? Shu Ren asked his Minister of Finance who was in charge of the dynasty's treasury. His Majesty, as I said, these things are rare and we don't have any at hand. But I remember we had a few crystals that contained some essence of perfection. You gifted them to Sun Junyao, the minister replied. Her? Shu Ren's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, her. As long as I get my hands on her and refine her blood and soul, I should be able to perfect Shu and save her life. Shu Ren looked at the shadow. It's your job to find her as soon as possible, no matter the price we have to pay. Your Majesty, our chances at finding that woman are not high, especially in such a short window. It's your job to make the impossible possible, Shu Ren snapped. I will do my best, but I suggest we focus on finding the remains of other people experimenting on perfection. Such an approach has a higher chance of success. Do both, Shu Ren ordered with a slightly raised voice. He then turned to another team in the meeting. How long will the seal last? The team looked at each other before the leader was forced to step forward and explain. If we are lucky, about 200 years. So little? How can you guys be so useless? Pardon us, Your Majesty, but we have no knowledge about perfection, and this is the best we can do. The leader, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and yellow dress, swiftly answered. He wanted to tell His Majesty that his previous actions drastically shortened the imperial consort's time, but he did not dare. Shu Ren grunted. You said if we were lucky, what about if we're not? Less than 30 years. Are you serious? Shu Ren asked, almost losing control. 30 years might be long for mortals, but for being on his level, it cannot even be compared to seconds. No, time is too short. We need better solutions. Shu Ren looked at these scholars, releasing his killing intent. They immediately knelt on the ground while yelling, Your Majesty, we have tried our best. It's not enough, Shu Ren replied coldly. Give me solutions or die. We have no more solutions. However, Shu Ren ignored them while slowly increasing the pressure. To say the tension in the room was palpable is an understatement. Finally, one scholar desperately yelled, We can try to let her cultivate. Stop speaking nonsense. The others yelled. This might be the only choice, the scholar argued. The others wanted to kill this bastard since his words could get all of them killed. Bastard. How is that a solution? No one in this world can cultivate, so unless you've suddenly surpassed the 2 suns, shut the hell up. We can ask Taoism for an exception. And you think they will agree? They might. Bastard. You're going to get us killed. Big Nose Chun, if I die, I will curse all 18 generations of your ancestors. You! Silence! Shu Ren yelled. He pondered briefly. Taoism has been asking for cooperation, so he might ask them for this favor in return. The issue is hiding Shu Shu under their watch while using this favor. This might work, Shuren muttered. Your Majesty, it won't work, said another scholar. What do you mean? We considered this possibility, even theorizing using a battle technique that temporarily increases her fleshly body to stabilize the situation. The scholar explained, and Shuren nodded. He knew the lock's cultivation restrictions had a flaw involving boosting techniques or battle skills. However, the result of our calculations was that such an approach would accelerate the Imperial Consort's existence. In fact, any attempts to heal her that do not involve perfection will only bring her harm. Shu Ren's face contorted out of sheer anger. He looked at Big Nose Chun. So you lied to me? I. Big Nose Chun stuttered. He only said these words to buy them enough time to survive today's events. At worst, he could take this opportunity to escape. Big Nose Chun tried his hardest to find an explanation, but Shu Ren did not give him the chance. His body exploded into a blood pool, splurging the throne room. A few bold people with enough status blocked the blood with an invisible shield, but most people did not dare move and allowed their bodies to be stained. Shu Ren slouched on his throne while massaging his temple. Everyone disperse and do what you're supposed to do. He realized killing these scholars wouldn't change his current predicament, so he could only wait for news from his shadow. Shu Ren never left Shu Shu's side, waiting for news. A few weeks later, the shadow sent news they had found something, but it was a trial. Sadly, no one could get the information it contained without passing the trial. Shu Ren did not want to waste time, so he tried to use his overwhelming strength to take it forcefully, but the thing self-destructed, almost injuring him. After that, he had to be patient. The scholars reviewed the history, trying to find any information about ancient cultivators interested in the path of perfection. Sadly, Time Eater did an excellent job erasing most of history, making Shu Ren regret not keeping more records. He considered getting the information from these ancient lineages, but he dared not invade their sect without backing from the others. Shu Ren's luck seems to have run out as Shu Shu's collapse accelerated, meaning he did not even have 200 years. 15 years passed, and just as she was about to die and Shu Ren was about to become mad, Shadow brought him good news. What good news? Hurry and hand it over, Shu Ren said as soon as he teleported to their meeting room. However, the Shadow hesitated. What is it? Is there something wrong with what you found? It seems too coincidental, the Shadow replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1392 Double Strike Attack. What are you talking about? Shu Ren asked, not hiding his impatience. Your Majesty, all I'm saying is to consider why we suddenly discovered this thing at the last minute while you're desperate. I don't have time for your nonsense. Hand it over. Your Majesty? Shu Ren waved his hand, and the Shadow rushed to him without any resistance. The Earth Emperor held him by the neck, his eyes red with intense killing intent. You've tried my patience long enough. So, while I still have the last bit of respect for all your years of service, do as I say before I massacre you and everyone you love. I understand. The Shadow handed him a talisman, and Shu Ren immediately received the information. The talisman painted a generic story. A paragon once became obsessed with the concept of perfection and dabbled in the subject. The result was a flawed product, but like a cliché romance novel, the creator fell in love with its creation. However, the creation also experienced the same fate as Shu Shu, so the creator created a technique called the life extension art. He linked his existence to hers, allowing his life to sustain hers. This method allowed him to prolong her life long enough to search for a better or permanent cure. Shu Ren looked at this talisman and understood the Shadow's hesitation. The life extension art can save Shu Shu, but it's at the cost of his life. The good news is that this technique is not advanced enough, meaning that Shu Ren can use one of his longevity resources to pay the price of his death. However, if he does not find a solution, he might kill himself to save her. So, he hesitated briefly on whether to use this method. No, I must save her, he concluded in less than 10 seconds. He had never met a woman like Shu Shu, a woman who truly gets him. Not to mention, he was close to achieving his goal, and he needed an empress to rule by his side. He did not care much about his current dynasty empress or all his other concubines since his relationship with these people was primarily transactional. Only Shu Shu was the true love of his life. Shu Run disappeared, leaving the shadow who seemed to want to say something. He took Shu Shu to a private room and immediately executed the life extension art. The world entered a time of quiet for another 20 years. However, everyone was waiting for the climax of the current conflict. Wang Wei floated in the air in his secret dimension, with the word worry clearly written on his face. The current report about the spread of the curse plague was far from good. The Fate Shadow Guard or any agency he contacted has not found the person responsible for the curse's formula. The only good news is that the overlords and other ancient lineages realized this curse might be a problem, so they worked together to barricade Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers territory. No one or nothing can leave these areas without being captured and checked for any plagues. It really feels like I'm playing with fire, Wang Wei grunted. He started regretting giving Five Feathers that suggestion. In the past few years, he gathered all the resources he had to gather many lineages together to study that plague as soon as possible. They have made rapid progress, but according to the current schedule, there won't be any results for a few Yuan epochs unless something unexpected occurs. Wang Wei wanted to complain. He had prepared for a situation of the plague getting out of control, but he never accounted for Sage Pure Flame as a variable. When he made his plans, Sage Pure Flame was a neutralized opponent and no longer a threat or chess player. But no, something had to happen. Has it finally started? The two lovebirds started fighting and were not messing around this time. It had only been a few seconds, and Undead Phoenix had already received a few minor injuries. Her strength should be up to 95%, but it's unstable, Wang Wei analyzed. The potency of Five Feathers' attack fluctuated from 92% to 95%, and sometimes 999%. The battle quickly intensified, with Five Feathers slowly increasing her advantage. It looked like she was about to win, but the madness from all the sins means it's easier to find her flaw and counterattack, Wang Wei analyzed. However, Undead Phoenix's mindset is also not the best. He felt angry and aggrieved that her strength had surpassed hers after everything they'd experienced. His pride and ego cannot accept this fact. Five Feathers summoned a colossal dark phoenix that burned with the power of flame and negative karma. This was a big attack, prepared to either end this fight immediately or do as much damage as possible. Undead Phoenix reacted swiftly, finally controlling his emotions in the face of death. He discovered one of his opponent's flaws and targeted it. He invaded her soul, trying to use her madness against her. Unfortunately for him, this was a trap. Five Feathers was not as mad as she appeared, so she laid the trap for him and he walked out. As soon as he invaded her sea of consciousness, he received a counterattack in the form of an invasion by ghosts and grieving souls, making Undead Phoenix fall into a terrifying illusion. Under normal circumstances, Undead Phoenix's understanding and application of the soul should be leagues above his opponent. But Five Feathers relied on sheer brute force. She bombarded him with enough souls and grievances that even Undead Phoenix could not respond in time. Everyone thought they were about to witness the first climax of this war as they watched that dark phoenix envelop Undead Phoenix. However, something unexpected occurred at the last minute. Sounds of chantings and drums echoed between heaven and earth, followed by a projection of a temple. Then Undead Phoenix disappeared. Most people were confused, but only a few knowledgeable people recognized that temple. They all had one thing on their minds: the Vendetta ceremony. These people understood that someone else was brave enough to take a piece of the pie, and it seems they might have taken a significant chunk. Good, Wang Wei muttered. Monk has finally taken action, and Shu Ran is distracted. It's time to move. He wasted no time before summoning the meat puppets he would use. Wang Wei did not put his soul into the thing due to the risk of the next course of action. Instead, He created a pseudo-soul that was the amalgam of many of his spirit particles. There were many restrictions on using this body in such a manner, but he only cared that he could use Paragon tier strength and that it was safe. Wang Wei then closed his eyes to control the body remotely. His new body then entered the river of time. Wang Wei was already on guard, expecting an assassination attempt. However, nothing occurred. Really? Nothing? He sneered. Others might be unable to detect that chronofluctuation, but I would never believe Time Eater didn't. So, why didn't he take this opportunity to stop or confront me? Is he trying to appear as if the seal was effective? Wang Wei's sneer increased. He might believe Time Eater had no other ways to intervene in the world's affairs but not in the river of time. Your absence reveals more than your presence. Wang Wei took note of this before focusing on the river before him. He suddenly sensed a gaze full of animosity that made his blood boil, but it was soon replaced by a more soothing one. Okay, Mithreya, you didn't let me down this time. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a rune. It was 5 feathers time mark. During her battle, this mad woman forgot to hide her time mark, allowing Wang Wei's chronospirit to detect it. Now, he had isolated her timeline to prepare for the next step. He jumped into the river, turning into a humongous fish, swimming against the river torrents. Wang Wei sensed great resistance the more he swam, but that was to be expected. The older someone is, the harder it is to kill them from the river of time. Additionally, he was not a true paragon, thus limiting his abilities. Luckily, one of the core training focuses his wife ensured he had enough knowledge about was in this regard. So, Wang Wei used some of the things he had learned from her. His fish body grew wings before flying into the sky and landing in the water. Wu Hong warned him not to fly directly to his destination while navigating the river of time unless he's a primal paragon, but he could use this method to make traveling easier. Soon, Wang Wei reached his destination and entered the Eternal Ascension world. His gaze soon caught a young 5 feathers talking flirtatiously to someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1393, The Secrets of the Infinite Trichiliocosm, unedited chapter. The person 5 feathers was flirting with was probably not Undead Phoenix, given how uncomfortable the latter appeared. Is that the best friend? Wang Wei thought. He shook his head, not caring about such detail. This period should be close to when she took Undead Phoenix's talent, Wang Wei analyzed. 5 feathers was currently in the middle stages of the Empyrean realm, meaning she should have felt the shackle of her talent and wanted a way out. I thought I would have landed when she was close to becoming a paragon, Wang Wei thought. The weaker 5 feathers was, the easier it was for him to accomplish his goal. However, the fact that he missed his descending mark by such a large margin indicates his poor navigation skill in the river of time. Well, that can't be helped, Wang Wei reassured himself. He was a poor imitation of a paragon, which limited many of his abilities. So, he decided not to be too harsh on himself. He also warned himself to become a paragon as soon as possible. Let's not waste time, Wang Wei thought before acting. He pointed at the young 5 feathers but suddenly stopped as he sensed something. His chronospirit detected an anomaly in the river of time. Did she finally discover something and wanted to stop it? Someone was rapidly approaching this timeline, and Wang Wei realized it was 5 feathers chronospirit. Since it was her timeline, her ability to mobilize protection was much faster than Wang Wei's. Unfortunately, it's too late. With one thought, the young 5 feathers dissipated to the horror of the uncomfortable young man. Wang Wei heard the unwilling roar of the chronospirit, but he did not care. His mind focused on the repercussions of 5 feathers' death. This woman is someone who has a significant effect in the Eternal Ascension world's timeline, meaning the death of her past life should have created butterfly effects with devastating causes. But, from what I know, when I return, she will die, but the effects of her past self dying won't matter in the slightest. The young 5 feathers' death should have drastically altered the timeline. For example, she would no longer be one of the 8 moons, thus fundamentally an entire era of the Eternal Ascension world. I know this is the purpose of isolating her time mark, but how does this really work? Wang Wei thought as he closed his eyes, trying to understand what was happening. He had many theories, and the one he favored the most was cause and effect. The cause of Five Feathers' death should have catastrophic effects, changing an entire era. However, by isolating her time marks, the effects were altered to her future self dying without affecting anything else. So that's how it is, Wang Wei muttered as he figured it out. His theory was correct but also wrong. This process involved cause and effect, but Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not directly overwrite causality to make these deaths make sense. Instead, it is an underlying program of the River of Time. Instead, the effects of the death of young Five Feathers were divided into two. The first part, which involved changing an entire era and countless lives, was transferred by creating another timeline. Then, the second part, which involved the death of her future self, was transferred to the primordial timeline. In simple terms, another timeline bore the drastic effects, while the primordial timeline was responsible for a minor part. A brilliant design, Wang Wei praised as this epiphany increased his understanding of Time Tao and the River of Time. Was this Grand Taoist design or something else it borrowed from Earth? Wang Wei had his reasons for his doubts. A multiverse is defined as countless universes with lives and different rules, societies, cultures, etc. That also means that the composition of the chaos universe with countless chaos worlds is a form of the multiverse. Since the chaos universe was already a multiverse, why was there a need for the infinite Trichiliocosm with parallel timelines? This idea is something that is more common in Earth science fiction than in a typical cultivation novel. As soon as Wang Wei asked this question, he had an answer. The existence of the infinite Trichiliocosm has made this chaos universe exponentially larger than a regular chaos universe, and large size means more population, which also translates to more talents and, more importantly, more possibilities for growth and evolution. While there are many benefits to such a vast world, there should also be a major flaw. Control, he analyzed. The chaos universe itself was already too large, and adding countless more timelines was a recipe for trouble when trying to control such a grand area. No matter how powerful Grand Tao is, it's only pseudo-omniscient and omnipotent, and such a large world can easily give birth to unknown or uncontrollable variables. Especially since Grand Tao has to operate under certain specific rules. The separation of the primordial timeline and the rest was probably Grand Tao's solution at keeping the highest form of control, Wang Wei analyzed. However, this fact also showed that countless secrets and horrors exist in the infinite Trichiliocosm. Wang Wei looked forward to his exploration of the endless timelines. However, he understood that his current strength was far from enough. He regained his focus, and another thought popped into his mind. This epiphany is enough to increase my cultivation by a little. So, can I cultivate in this place? The answer was immediate. No. He had already sensed the rejection of this era, and his intuition warned him of danger if he stayed here for any longer. Wang Wei did not waste time and returned to his time node, but he did not immediately descend to the eternal ascension world. Instead, he wanted to see if he could find a loophole in the lock and cultivate directly in the River of Time. Sadly, someone soon proved to him this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei sat cross-legged, an illusory creature with an illusory body that emanated a potent chrono-energy appeared in the distance. The creature looked at him with incredible vitriol before rushing toward him. Wang Wei recognized the time wraiths and prepared for battle, but a golden light appeared and destroyed the creature. It can't be, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, Supreme Unity has controlled a few wraiths to patrol our branch of the River of Time. A soothing voice entered his mind. He's very thorough, Wang Wei replied with gritted teeth. Indeed, but forget that for now. You can't stay here. I don't need long, Wang Wei swiftly said. I just need to summon my main body, and will return after regaining his previous cultivation. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Maitreya asked. Although I have the advantage over him here, don't forget, this place doesn't belong to me. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered the River of Time was the jurisdiction of the cardinals. Maitreya might be powerful, but she's just a slightly bigger ant before these people. And if he thought about this logically, the cardinals are just the surface danger of this place. He was sure many other Transcendents were exploring this place, and who knows whether he would encounter one. No, with his terrible luck, he would definitely meet one. I understand. Wang Wei nodded. However, he did not return home. Precisely, this body did not. It was already on the verge of collapse, so Wang Wei accelerated the process. He also actively abandoned the spirit particles he invested in this body. Although he was confident Supreme Unity could not do anything to it in Mithraya's domain, he did not want to risk it. Wang Wei opened his eyes in the secret dimension and quickly sealed his epiphany in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Then, the first sight that caught his eye was the sky turning red, followed by a grand celebration of heaven and earth. A massive amount of invisible luck and destiny rushed into his body. 10% of my Chi Luck Dragon just turned transparent? His white Chi Luck Dragon had a part of its tail that slowly became illusory. Is this what transcendent luck looks like? Interesting. Wang Wei was interested in this sudden change in his luck, especially since he always had the ability to turn his luck completely black. Such a deep mystery about luck/destiny might give him inspiration or another epiphany about luck Dao. However, this was not the time for that. The world already knew about Five Feathers' downfall, meaning the next part of this event was the plunder of her palace and territory. Wang Wei had already mobilized his people, so he needed to get there before others could react and get the most benefit. Wang Wei took over another body and rushed over. The entry to the Five Feathers Palace was easier than Blood Dragon's because the people inside hadn't reacted to her sudden death. Without activating any protected formation, Wang Wei and his team barged in and started killing everyone they saw while taking treasures. However, the rest of the world also reacted faster than when the Blood Dragon died and quickly began their plunder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1394, The Vendetta Ceremony. Undead Phoenix looked around him. He was now in an endless white space, with illusory temples floating above his head and a constant drumming sound. Where am I? Welcome to the Vendetta Ceremony, Monk said as he appeared before him, wearing nothing but pants. Usually, warriors participating in this ceremony would wear full armor, but he opted for this simple and rudimentary approach. It's you, Undead Phoenix. What have you done? I'm sure you've heard of our ceremony. Isn't that one of the reasons the Earth Emperor tried so hard to find excuses to pursue us? I'm sure you discussed this, and probably Time Eater instigated it in the first place. Undead Phoenix was quiet since Monk was correct. The barbarian race was long deemed too much of a threat because of many of their weird ceremonies, so Time Eater tasked them to deal with them. Ultimately, the Earth Emperor accepted the task as he thought they would make a great addition to his dynasty. Do you think you can defeat me? Undead Phoenix sneered. Even with my injuries, you're still no match for me. No need to worry about that, Monk replied. Do you know the price for using the Vendetta ceremony? 20% of our clan's luck. Monk replied without giving him a chance to answer. That's why we rarely use it unless we have a true vendetta or facing a life-and-death foe. However, people do not know that if we sacrifice an additional 10% in the ceremony, we can lower the enemy's cultivation to the same as their challengers. Although this does not apply to primal paragons, the effects are still wonderful. Undead Phoenix's face turned ugly. Could he defeat Monk while in the same cultivation realm? He was not confident in himself. What? Feeling unconfident? Monk mocked. I thought your hobby was to play and torture geniuses. Could it be that you can only bully people weaker than you? You! Wang Wei once said something about you that I remember to this day. He said you either die as a hero or live long enough to become the villain. These words perfectly summarize your life story, doesn't it? Regardless, it is still sad. Are you looking down on me? Undead Phoenix asked with gritted teeth. Of course I am, Monk replied. A genius like you should have had a bright future. In fact, it's obvious you're in the current situation out of your own doing. My own doing? If not that bitch. That's not what I mean. Monk cut him off. Some people might blame you for not seeing her true self, but I understand that love is blind. I believe most people who genuinely love someone could experience the same fate as you. Your failure was not falling in love or giving your heart to the wrong person. Your failure was how you reacted afterward. Despite a severe foundation, you did the impossible and became a paragon. Couldn't you have just killed her and taken back what she stole from you? By then, she would have just become one of the many catastrophes you overcame in your long and prosperous cultivation journey. Do you think I didn't try? Undead Phoenix snapped back. By the time I had the strength, she was already the darling of the Phoenix clan, fully under their wings. When they realized she was a fraud, they still protected her as long as she never left her clan. What about your time in the Moon Council? The Suns prevented infighting, and Time Eater encouraged balancing each other. Undead Phoenix justified himself. All I'm hearing are excuses, Monk replied. You had plenty of opportunities during your time at the Moon Council, especially in the early period when the Suns were still experiencing their transformation. With a little bit of caution, you could have killed her swiftly and run away. However, the damage she did to you was more than physical. You became cautious and timid, always waiting for the right time to strike. But that time never came. Then, the power of the Moon Council further corroded your fighting spirit to the point of almost destroying your hatred for her. The next step was simple to deduce. You started abusing geniuses as a replacement for her and to deal with the disgust you have for yourself for what you've become. Ultimately, your downfall was because you never overcame the mental strains 5 feathers left on you. Undead Phoenix looked at him with ferocious eyes. If he had the power to kill with his eyes, Monk would have died by now after experiencing all the torture known to the world. Remember this, the Barbarian King said. This is your last chance to leave a positive footnote in history. Although it will only be accompanied by my legend, you can still make your death glorious. And depending on how brilliant my story becomes, history will have something positive to say about you as the first paragon I slaughtered. Undead Phoenix took a deep breath to calm down. Do you have to do this? If you die, your clan will lose 30% of their luck. Such a blow in such a chaotic time is enough to wipe them off. Your words cannot affect me mentally, Monk replied calmly. He had enough confidence in his victory, and the reward was all of Undead Phoenix's luck and destiny. Yes, dying in this ceremony is true death, and no longevity resources can help. But we have reached this point, and you're still trying to weasel your way out of it, Monk said. It is not happening. Remember what I said, this is your last chance. Burn your last glory and return to the genius you once were, and give me a legendary battle for the history books. Monk's eyes turned red, and his body released a similar aura. However, it was not his previous aura of intimidation and kingly atmosphere. His aura was more barbaric, savage, and cruel. It was like he was another person, like he was the embodiment of the god of war. Wang Wei arrived before a broken door and immediately frowned. Wang Qi and Dulgun flew over, and their expression already told him what had happened. It's gone, he asked. Yes, someone already got to it. Wang Qi nodded. 2 people, to be exact, Dulgun added. They fought briefly before separating. It's a shame we couldn't get the treasure, but I got my hands on 5 Fetahers person space, so that's more than enough. Wang Wei nodded. Let's reunite with the others before separating. Switch. Red Mask's projection appeared in the room. What's the result? Someone invaded their orb while we were taking the information, she reported. We fought, and our guard could only keep half. Red Mask did not hide her annoyance at the Lord. If not for his order to not show up with her actual body, they would not have suffered such humiliation. Do you know who they were? All the assailants were women and had a unique aura, so they were either from Lady Sun Junyao or Sunshine Pavilion, but I'm betting on the latter since these people refused our offers to share the information. Wang Wei frowned. Forget them for now. Since you arrived first, you should have gotten the information I wanted, right? It wasn't there, Red Mask reported. The first thing our agent did was to use divination to find the location of the plague's formula, But no matter what technique we used, the answer was negative. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned, so I searched manually, but there is a high chance that 5 feathers never recorded the plague curse formula. In other words, I still have to clean up the mess left behind. Well, technically speaking, the mess I created. Wang Wei groaned. There is some good news, Wang Qi added. We've captured several professionals, including many curse masters who worked on the plague. That is better than nothing, Wang Wei nodded. He had his people participate in the creation, so he understood most of the plague except for the last formula that made it so deadly. All right, everyone can disperse. Remember to move the coordinates of your mortal civilization base. The last thing we need now is for them to be discovered by anyone. Yes, sir. One more thing. If nothing unexpected occurs, Undead Phoenix should also be dead. There is no need to participate in the plunder. Wang Qi was briefly silent before saying, I'll relay your orders. Thank you, Dulgun bowed. We're allies, aren't we? Don't worry. The barbarian clan always treats its friend with the utmost sincerity. Wang Wei waved his hand before leaving. He, of course, covered his track. Back at his sanctum, he summoned the most remarkable find of this plundering. A green ring with designs of tree barks. A ring made from the main branch of a life source tree. It should have fallen from 5 feathers' hand as she disappeared, Wang Wei commented. This ring was a 3rd-level longevity ring, meaning he now had an extra life. Although this ring was probably useless before transcendent entities, its existence allowed him to be bolder in many of his operations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1395 A Genius Last Farewell. Wang Wei did not immediately put the ring on. Instead, he activated the slight remaining obsession he discovered attached to it. It's you, screeched a female voice. Are you so afraid of death? Wang Wei asked while looking at this obsession of 5 feathers that lingered on. It's your fault. It's everyone's fault, she continued. I was so close to killing him and proving to the world I did the right thing, to prove I was better than him. Why did you have to intervene? So, her obsession is about Undead Phoenix's death. That's good news, Wang Wei thought. He had a team researching the power of obsession from the Grandmass Ganglord, but he never actively participated due to his busy schedule. As such, he was not too confident in dealing with 5 feathers obsession, even if it was a minor one. It's ironic how tragic your and Undead Phoenix's life was, but you haven't even realized it. Wang Wei shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think what happened between you two was an accident? Wang Wei sneered, and 5 feathers looked at him incredulously. We live in a world where everybody is a pawn of someone else, Wang Wei continued. Undead Phoenix was the most talented loose cultivator of his time, and people even called him a primal seed. However, who would most likely benefit if he were to become a primal paragon one day? The Limitless Exchange Hall. 5 feathers replied with an ugly expression. The minimum requirement for an overlord is the 2 primals. But that doesn't necessarily have to be a cultivator, Wang Wei explained. The Origin Seal Continent's 2nd primal is a magnificent puppet, and the Limitless Exchange Hall discovered a formation that could boost a peak primal to that level. However, the appearance of Undead Phoenix brought them hope to become a true overlord and not the weakest. But he wasn't a member of the Limitless Exchange Hall, 5 feathers argued. He knew Undead Phoenix had rejected their offers more than once. Wasn't he? Wang Wei rebutted. Most of his resources originated from them, and he had a teacher relationship with some of the top paragons and even met their primal once. All signs indicate that once Undead Phoenix experiences something that shows him the value of having a powerful lineage backing him, he will run to the Limitless Exchange Hall without hesitation. Everyone knew this. So how could the other overlord allow their competitor to become more powerful? That's not enough to prove what you're saying. 5 feathers argued with an ugly expression. All right, let me ask you something else. Wang Wei continued with a playful smirk. You were once a paragon. Do you think the technique you used to take his talent was something ordinary? Five Feathers' pale body almost collapsed after hearing these words. Anything that can help someone become a paragon is valuable beyond words can explain. Yet, someone like you with above-average luck got his hands on something so rare, and I'm guessing it was pretty easy, too. Five Feathers was silent. In fact, if you think about it enough, there are even more layers to this, Wang Wei said. After you become a paragon, the demon race did not even notice that you had reached the limit of your potential and treated you like a heaven chosen by pouring countless resources into you. Tell me, what kind of method can fool one of the overlords? Five Feathers felt her world collapsing. My theory is that your role as a pawn was even bigger than just destroying the limitless exchange hall's future. Wang Wei added. That cultivation method was probably meant to turn you into a cultivation cauldron. After being nourished by the demon race's resources, the person behind the scenes would have appeared and absorbed your cultivation, probably to reinforce their foundation and increase their chances of becoming a primal. Wang Wei sighed. It was a brilliant move. I wonder who was behind it. My first instinct is to say my ancestor, but I also know there are many brilliant minds in the overlords, and it could have been any of them. No, you're talking nonsense. Five Feathers denied. If you were telling the truth, why did no one come to collect their cauldron? Because you were lucky, Wang Wei responded. The person was probably busy with the Second Origin War, and they died in the ultimate taboo immediately afterward. While in limbo, the world changed drastically, and you became one of the moons, thus escaping your fate. No, it can't be. My theory is verifiable, Wang Wei casually said. You should have kept a copy of the technique, right? I only need to understand it, and I'll know whether you were turned into a cauldron or not. Five Feathers was quiet. She did not utter another word but returned to the ring. So, collapsing an obsession's worldview and spirit can affect them, duly noted, Wang Wei thought. He was telling the truth, but that did not stop him from gathering more information on obsession. He summarized what happened and sent it to the study team. He then focused on other things. He first discarded the body he was using before returning his soul to his original body. Wang Wei feared an attack from the obsession, so he stayed in that body in case he needed to fight back. He prepared the next one he would use from the blood pool before focusing on something else. The plague curse. He waved his hand to summon two captured cultivators. A woman and a man. The curse attached itself to their immortal mansion and inner worlds, slowly destroying them from the source of their power, Wang Wei analyzed. He pointed to these people and destroyed their cultivation level. He then isolated the curse in their soul to a small area before cutting it off. Lastly, Wang Wei injected life energy into their bodies to keep them safe. The decaying aura of these subjects rapidly dissipated, but that was only for a few seconds. The curse returned, Wang Wei observed, not surprised. Their main problem was this issue. The curse always returns less than a few seconds after being dealt with. Is the problem their existence? Wang Wei thought. He raised his palm to condense his perfect aura before forcefully fusing it into the subjects' bodies. Such a rough approach has basically killed these two, but this was not Wang Wei's priority right now. A perfect existence means no curse should be able to affect them, but Wang Wei waited, and as expected, after a few minutes, their cursed status returned. It is as the report said. The curse has a potent source, and without understanding what it is or directly removing it, the curse will continue to replicate and spread, Wang Wei grunted. He realized he needed to find Sage Pure Flame as soon as possible, or the world might indeed be doomed. There is one good news from this small experiment, Wang Wei thought. He discovered that a perfection aura could delay the curse's return. So, in the worst-case scenario, he could work with Sun Junyao to create a delay pill, buying them enough time to find a proper cure. It's not a good thing to be this passive, so let's get ahead of the problem, Wang Wei thought. He took his communication talisman and contacted Sun Junyao. He told her about this news and asked her to work with a few pill refiners and curse masters to create this delay pill. He promised her all the support she needed, and she agreed. Afterward, Wang Wei headed to the demon race to see the Star Sage. He wanted to use her expertise to find Sage Pure Flame. He had already tasked the Fate Shadow Guard, the Overlords, and other participating lineages to search for him, but Wang Wei did not want to wait. Vendetta Ceremony. Monk's body released a terrifying blood aura that twisted the surroundings. He held a red spear and looked at Undead Phoenix, who was kneeling. Well, that was disappointing. Undead Phoenix did not answer. Instead, his gaze seemed distracted as he looked in the distance. He felt it a little while ago. His life's most terrible karma thread was gone. He understood what this meant. 5 Feathers was dead. He had been waiting for this day for so long, but now that it had happened, he did not know how to feel. Relieved? Yes, since that cruel woman was finally gone. Anger? Yes, too, since he wanted to be the one to do it himself. Undead Phoenix also felt empty. His hatred had been the primary driving force in his life, and now that it was gone, he felt desolate. He realized that his hatred had turned him into. That barbarian was right, Undead Phoenix thought. My life was a failure. Undead Phoenix had a moment of clarity as he reviewed his life from an objective point of view. He was once the most talented loose cultivator in the world and had a bright future. But after losing his talent, everything went wrong. He made bad decisions after another, slowly turning him into a monster. There is no point in regretting now, Undead Phoenix thought. The past was the past, and he could not make amends or change it. He slowly stood up while looking at Monk. You were right. About everything, Undead Phoenix continued. I became what I am today because of my choices. It's good that you understand, but it's too late. You're right, but not entirely. Oh, you were also right about my death, Undead Phoenix added. Since this will be my last battle, it must be memorable. Monk squinted before grinning. I finally see the spirit of a heaven chosen from your eyes. Death is the ultimate clarity, isn't it? Undead Phoenix responded before raising his right hand to condense a white flame. His eyes moistened as he was lost in his memories. His original Tao was life flame, but he abandoned it for vengeance. White Phoenix mode. The white flame enveloped Undead Phoenix, turning to phoenix wings and a white crown. His aura, no longer eerie and cold like the embrace of death, was beautiful and full of hope, like the embodiment of life and creation. You said the world will remember me more fondly after this battle? As long as you can show the demeanor of a true genius in your final moments. Monk nodded. This also hinges on the fact you will grow to the point of having a true impact on the cultivation world. I'm confident. Good. I hope you're not just boasting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1396. The Great Wisdom Sutra. Monk stood above the dead Undead Phoenix. No, White Phoenix, with blood and burn marks all over his body. He had a grin, but the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his body made him more savage than satisfied. You were a worthy opponent, Monk said. After entering the White Phoenix mode, White Phoenix embodied the word, immortal. No matter how many severe injuries Monk placed on him, White Phoenix would heal from and continue fighting. He then used his terrifying regenerative power to learn during this fight, thus increasing his battle experience. White Phoenix showed he was a true genius at the very end of his life. He absorbed Monk's skills and experience like a sponge to use against him. Sadly, he woke up too late. A white light descended on Monk, healing his injuries and bringing clarity to his eyes. The influence on my personality was much higher than I anticipated. To prepare for this battle, he absorbed the experience of one of his ancestors, but while the latter was a battle genius, he was also a madman who cultivated the Tao of war and slaughter. His madness is still lingering in the back of my mind, Monk thought, realizing the effect might become lasting if he did nothing. He exhaled before looking in the distance. The good news is the Paragon Slayer title and all the luck and destiny of White Phoenix. Monk thought. He disappeared from this place, appearing outside. Young Khan saluted an elderly man with strong muscles but way shorter than Monk. How did everything go? Monk asked. Our people are now looting his palace. Did anyone intervene? Yes, but we have dealt with it. Any losses? Only minor ones. Monk nodded before thinking of something. Did Wang Wei intervene? No. Lady Dulgun sent information that he would not participate, and so far, he has kept his word. That's good to hear, Monk nodded. Their alliance has been proceeding well so far, and he did wish for something like this to end or affect it in any way possible. Send me all the Buddhist books and artifacts we have in store, Monk ordered. However, the elderly man immediately became on guard after hearing his words. Monk noticed and understood the latter's reaction. The barbarian race had its own religion or spiritual practice that involved worshipping nature and ancestral spirits. However, their clan was more exclusive at some point and included Buddhism and Taoism gods in their fold. However, during Buddhism's catastrophe, where Maitreya went pseudo-mad, and the power of faith influenced all monks, the Buddhist barbarians started a coup and almost conquered the clan. Since then, the barbarian race has forbidden the spread and use of any other religions in their practice. However, due to Maitreya's power and presence, the clan has lowered the restrictions over the years, allowing the study and understanding of Buddhism. However, practicing Buddhism is still taboo. The barbarian clan was composed of countless tribes. Although united, they also compete with each other. The position of Great Khan is the leader of all the tribes with immense power. Monk was the next Great Khan of their clan, meaning their future leader. The last thing they would want was for him to have a deep relationship with Buddhism. The effects of the memories are more severe than I anticipated, Monk explained, and Buddhism is the fastest way to restrain or eliminate the effect. Their clan had ways to deal with the problem, but that would require a ceremony that takes time and effort. Monk understood the emergency nature of the current situation, so he wanted to be back in peak condition as soon as possible. As you wish, nodded the elderly man. Monk did not return to his tribe but teleported to the war god temple. This was the source of his memories, which contained some measures to suppress the effect. He received what he asked for and immediately dived into the content. Not surprisingly, Monk found a mind purification mantran and used it, along with a few artifacts. However, he was unsatisfied with the speed and continued reading more scripture to improve this mantra. Monk suddenly paused. A few thousand yuan epochs ago, before this era became chaotic, he had an inspiration for an idea that could change his life. He believed the idea was what he needed to close the gap between himself and Wang Wei. However, that idea always eluded him like a turtle trying to catch a rabbit. It's coming again, Monk thought, feeling the same sensation. However, the result was similar. He could not grasp it. He exhaled to calm down before looking around him, especially the scriptures. Monk squinted before muttering, Buddhism focuses on developing the mind and wisdom. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Yes, the biggest difference between me and him is intelligence and wisdom. In that case, why can't I create a cultivation that would grant me the wisdom of a Tao overlord? Monk immediately acted on this wild whim. He summoned his pagoda artifact since its ability was to help in creating skills and techniques. Whether a Tao overlord's brain or soul is the source of their wisdom, I can create a method to modify my body. Monk frowned as he felt this was not enough. This shallow method cannot describe a Tao lord or overlord's wisdom. Wang Wei once said that his kind is not hindered by any cognitive limitations in their mind, allowing them to think outside of the box and see or make connections that even the most brilliant mind could not. So, this technique at a higher level must allow me to break my cognitive biases and limitations, Monk analyzed. The young Khan grunted softly. His idea was feasible on paper, but executing it was more complicated than he thought. With the barbarian's knowledge and Buddhism's wisdom Tao, he was confident in creating the first levels of this technique. However, he was unsure when it came to removing his cognitive limits. Cognitive limits involve the power of fate, It should be a way for the river of fate to control cultivators better, Monk analyzed with a frown. I can also deduce that the Supreme Outlaw Trial is the final hurdle for Tao overlords to completely free their mind from this shackle. In other words, the final level of this technique would be to pass the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Although this path is rough, it's something, Monk reassured himself. He would not give up on this idea, especially since he already had a name for this technique. The Great Wisdom Sutra. At the worst, he'll ask for Wang Wei's help and even offer him a handsome reward. If that doesn't work, he'll just wait for a weak Tao overlord and capture them as a test subject. Monk felt confident and immediately started. He still focused on cleansing his mind but also took time to create a better outline for this technique. So, even you can't find him? Wang Wei said. Something is blocking the truth around him. Star Sage Fan Sui answered truthfully. Can you tell if it was him? Wang Wei asked while pointing at the sun. It's hard to tell, Fan Sui replied. Previous attempts at getting information about him would result in absolutely no information or a terrible backlash. However, this attempt on Sage Pure Flame revealed too much without revealing much. This means it could have been him doing it on purpose, or the method he used is too weak because he used power from his vessel instead of his main body. Wang Wei summarized. It could also be another power, Fan Sui added. Although I am confident in my abilities, I'm not arrogant enough to say nothing can be hidden from me. Indeed, Wang Wei sighed. The two suddenly sensed something and looked at the vision between heaven and earth. Another moon has fallen, Fan Sui said with squinted eyes. It seems Monk has succeeded, Wang Wei commented. The end of this era is approaching, Fan Sui uttered. Will the next era be the era of Transcendents? Not if Time Eater has something to say about it. Is his plan enough to delay the upcoming era? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Delay? There is a high chance he would destroy it entirely. Wang Wei's expression became severe. He always knew Time Eater was a threat, but his deduction was the latter's plan, which involved him achieving higher realms. He believed Time Eater was planning a big move to give him the strength of half or pseudo-transcendent. With such power, he can survive until the next era and maybe even rise to power. However, Fan Sui told him the latter's threat was not just due to personal strength but something that could affect the entire Eternal Ascension world and the next era. I should have taken him more seriously after Mithraya's warning, Wang Wei grunted. However, even if he knew the truth, he could do nothing. He was already occupied with the current situation. So where did he have the time to deal with Time Eater? The latter has been hiding and planning for so long that even Mithraya couldn't tell his final goal. All right, let's deal with one problem at a time, Wang Wei reassured himself. Supreme Unity was already a hard bone on his throat, and the last thing he should do was distract himself with Time Eater. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1397, The Inevitable Catastrophe, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei felt this should not be his burden to bear, this did not mean he would leave it alone. I need someone to monitor him and deal with the possible complications. He pondered briefly and came up with a plan. Sage, do you mind if I use your name to spread this news? Wang Wei asked. Wang Wei knew the overlords and other top lineages were more likely to believe and take this trouble seriously if it came from her instead of him. That's why I'm revealing it to you, Sage Fan Sui calmly replied. Thank you. No problem. But what will you do with Sage Pure Flame? She asked. I can only lure him out the old-fashioned way, Wang Wei replied. I wish your plan success. Sage Fan Sui nodded. One last thing, Wang Wei said. Did Yi Dafu return to the demon race? I can't sense his karmic line. The naughty monkey? He's in punishment. Wang Wei's lips twitched. What did he do? Should you know? Me? What does it have to do with me? Wang Wei asked. Aren't you the one who put these ideas into his mind? Idea? Wait, he didn't really try to remove his name from the Book of Life and Death, right? That's right. Fan Sui nodded. As soon as he became an Empyrean, he sneaked into the underworld, searching for the so-called Book of Life and Death, trying to remove his name. We had to pay many resources for the Yama Kings to release him. In fact, that little monkey is lucky. Otherwise, he might have been stuck in the underworld once the lock appeared. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. He never paid attention to the little trick he did to the Monkey King, but now, he realizes that his small actions might have bigger implications. Is Yi Dafu somehow related to Sun Wukong? But how? Inheriting his spirit? Or something else? Names have power, and there is no better proof of this saying than the fact that the Maitreya of the Eternal Ascension world has the same name as the Maitreya Bodhisattva on Earth. Wang Wei has always wondered what the connection between these two was, and the best explanation he came up with was that she inherited the spirit of the Bodhisattva. Now, he started to believe the same for Yi Dafu. The question I need answers to is how can they influence the chaos universe given how isolated the prehistoric world is? Wang Wei analyzed. Did Grand Tao allow it, or is there a more profound truth I don't know about? It seems there were no bigger machinations behind your actions, Fan Sui stated after seeing his reaction. I'm afraid I might have been a pawn too, Wang Wei sighed. He did not believe it was a coincidence that he accidentally altered Yi Dafu's fate to be similar to Sun Wukong back on Earth. I understand. Fan Sui nodded her head. One of the fundamental truths of the cultivation world is that everybody is a pawn of someone. The higher the cultivation, the more agency a cultivator has, but that also means they are more valuable pawns. I must leave, Wang Wei announced. But I must say one last thing. If my guess about Yi Dafu is correct, no punishment will easily curb his wild personality, and he probably won't stop until he takes his name away from that book. Additionally, he might have a deep fate with Buddhism. Fan Sui pondered briefly before thanking him. This information will allow the demon race to prepare for Yi Dafu's destiny and how to better train or raise him. Without it, they could have lost him after putting in countless efforts and resources. Wang Wei disappeared, heading directly to the Origin Seal continent to see his ancestor. I need to see Ancestor Chiyuan. Now you don't even say hello? Yan Hai said with a frown, making Wang Wei sigh. Ancestor, time is of the essence, and I have much on my plate, so I apologize if I don't have the time or energy for our usual banters. Yan Hai looked at him before snorting coldly. She waved her hand to activate countless formations to isolate the area before summoning a token before activating it. A small black hole appeared in the room, and a few seconds later, a deep voice came from the other side. Third sister? Did something else happen? The kid wants to see Big Brother, it seems urgent, Yan Hai responded. Is that so? Give me a few seconds. A few seconds later, the black hole trembled before an illusory body appeared, showing a handsome man. The man immediately smiled at Wang Wei before reaching to hug him. If it isn't the Wang clan's Qilin son, Chiyuan said. How have you been? Stress and losing hair, Wang Wei replied as he returned the hug. I can't do anything about your stress, but I know an excellent hair growth recipe. I guarantee Wu Hong will compliment you once the treatment is done. Wang Wei was speechless. But what I want is for you to reduce my stress. I'm dead. What can I do? Chiyuan replied casually. I'm kidding. Tell me what is on your mind. However, Wang Wei was suddenly on alert at this ancestor. He felt that this was the kind of state of mind Chiyuan was currently in. He was retiring as the clan and sect's brain or wise leader and handing all the burden and trouble to him. The future is worrying, Wang Wei thought. If Chiyuan decides to retire and leave all the work to him, his life will be too busy. No, I can't let this bastard enjoy life while I do everything. Wang Wei immediately made plans on how he will interact with his ancestors in the future. This is what I just learned from Sage Fan Sui, Wang Wei said before explaining the situation with Time Eater. So, you want us to keep a watch over him? Chiyuan asked. It would be better if you could eliminate him, and please don't give the excuse you're dead. Chiyuan glanced at him, wondering whether this kid had followed his plan. He did not dwell on this for long as Chiyuan started to observe the world. He raised his hand to summon some of the Tao opening sex luck to boost his powers. Big brother, Yanhai warned. Don't worry. Mithraea blessed us with her power, so we can now hide from him and even interfere a little. Chiyuan reassured as he continued his observation. He observed for a few minutes before speaking again. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. What did you see? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Time Eater's catastrophe is inevitable. Are you serious? Heavenly Tao still wants to be the destiny center of the chaos universe. And this catastrophe is to make up for what it lacked, Chiyuan revealed. Wait, are you saying Heavenly Tao is the chess player behind Time Eater? Wang Wei asked incredulously. One of the players, Chiyuan corrected. By now, Time Eater should have gone rogue and become someone else's pawn. Wang Wei grunted softly, caressing his temple. What more can you reveal about this catastrophe? The plan, all along, was to use this catastrophe to reshuffle power in the world before the Transcendents era. Chiyuan continued. In other words, this catastrophe was for all the overlords and top lineages. You guys have ruled the world for an era, so it made sense it would want to remove some of you, Wang Wei commented. Yes, not all of us can become transcendent factions in the next era. Chiyuan nodded. Will our sect be all right? Yanhai asked. Because of this kid, we have transcendent luck, Chiyuan commented. So, we'll be all right? No, without a true transcendent, luck is illusory, Wang Wei added. He's right. We need our own transcendence as soon as possible. Chiyuan nodded. And how are we supposed to do that? Yanhai asked. The answer is Mithraea and this kid. Me? Yes. As long as you become a primal and she gives you her method, I'm willing to bet my life you can perfect it. You're putting too much faith in me, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. Maybe, Chiyuan said calmly. And in Mithraea, Wang Wei added. That's my main worry, Chiyuan revealed. She must be the final victor in their fight, and we can only hope she becomes our protector in this transitioning era. Are things really that bad? Yanhai asked. Don't forget other chaos worlds also have transcendence, Chiyuan reminded. At this point, I can confidently say that the Eternal Ascension world will become the destiny center of the universe. However, our world might not belong to us if all these people invade and take residence here. In other words, we're about to become a delicious piece of meat, and Mithraea will be the only one who can protect us until we grow up, Yanhai said. I couldn't say it in a better way, Chiyuan nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1398 Two True Transcendents. What do you think the catastrophe will be? Wang Wei asked. His ancestor was wise and insightful, so he wanted to see if he could get some information or inspiration from him. I know it's related to the River of Time, but I can't deduce what form it will take. My theory is it will be similar to the ultimate taboo, Chiyuan stated. Past, present, and future, all condensed into one place. The Eternal Ascension world. We will have to face powerhouses from past ages like the Essence Age, Lost Age, and maybe as far as the Genesis Age. You can't be serious, Yanhai stated. Such an event would fundamentally alter the primordial timeline. Grand Tao would never allow this. I agree, Wang Wei added. Not if the Eternal Ascension world is isolated into a time bubble, Chiyuan stated. By then, whatever happens in this world will have a limited effect on the primordial timeline, just like we isolate time marks to erase someone from the past. This still seems far-fetched, Yanhai stated. I also agree. Where did this come from? Wang Wei asked. He knew what terrifying creatures existed in these ages. According to his theory, Pangu might be the reason the prehistoric world is protected, and he most likely existed in one of these ages. You remember how I predicted that many of these ancient and powerful creatures did not completely die and were waiting for an opportunity to return to the world? Chiyuan asked. Are you saying this catastrophe is their chance? Yanhai asked. It's one thing if only a few of them wish to return, but if they want a grand event with everyone returning, they'll need a world that is the destiny center of the universe as an anchor. So, they were behind the scenes of the Second Origin War? Wang Wei caught on to what Qiuyuan was insinuating. Yes, he nodded. Grand Tao never wanted these flawed methods to become common. So why did it succeed in the end? These people paid a lot to ensure Grand Tao compromised. So all the flawed or incomplete methods in the ultimate taboo might have been from these creatures. Wang Wei commented. That also implies that there were many half-step transcendent powerhouses and creatures in the old ages. Wang Wei was slightly shocked by this revelation. He knew some people successfully walked the transcendent paths before the ultimate taboo, but he did not think they were so common. However, as he looked at his ancestors' response, he realized they knew this truth already. It's not new information, Qiuyuan said as he saw Wang Wei's look. We even know the Chaos Universe produced 2 true Transcendents. 2 of them? Wang Wei asked with shining eyes. Can you tell me more? No problem, Qiuyuan replied. We know the first one appeared in the Genesis Age, and it was a strange and unknown creature. According to my analysis, it was relatively easy to become half-step transcendents, as you called it, and some creatures were probably even born with talents or skills on that level. Then, the first true transcendent appeared, and Grand Tao saw the benefit of cultivating such a cultivator. It began to encourage all lives to grow and reach that stage. Unfortunately, the creatures in that era were born too powerful and had no motivation to improve. Grand Tao eliminated them and started over. The primordial Chaos Age was the era of Chaos Demon Gods. Powerful creatures were born with great talent and bloodline, but they still had to work hard to improve themselves. Things did not come too easy for them. The Chaos Demon Gods did something terrible, leading to the Lost Age. Whatever happened in that age made Grand Tao realize that not all transcendent paths were good for the universe and started putting restrictions. No wonder everything is so strict now. Our predecessors screwed us. Wang Wei smiled wryly. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell too much on this. The next age should be the Essence Age, right? What happened at that time? That's when the second true Transcendents appeared, Qiuyuan stated. We know he was human and a body refiner. However, his ascension did not benefit the Chaos Universe as much as the first. Apparently, his flesh absorbed too much energy from the Chaos Universe for his final sublimation, and the return did not please Grand Tao as much as the first time. So, that's why the Essence Age ended and more restrictions were placed on body refiners. Wang Wei nodded. That's right. Qiuyuan nodded before continuing. The next age is the Soul Age, but... Wait, not the Paragon Age? Let me finish. He has this bad habit of cutting people off, Yanhai complained, making Wang Wei smile in embarrassment. The Soul Age was too short, so most people do not know about it or consider it part of the early parts of the Paragon Age, Qiuyuan stated. Wang Wei nodded before listening intently. A genius quickly rose in that age, reaching the level of becoming a true transcendent. However, they failed, and the backlash is why many Chaos worlds have lost their Tier 10 soul path. Wang Wei's eyes shone as these words solved a major puzzle he wished to know. Do we know what happened to the Soul Transcendent? Why did they fail? There are many theories, but the one I believe in is that Grand Tao eliminated them, Qiuyuan said. You think their method would also bring danger to the Chaos Universe, so Grand Tao eliminated the danger before it became a problem? Yes, Qian nodded. Anyone who does not follow a proper and beneficial transcendent path will feel its wrath. So, conform and follow the rules or die, Wang Wei sneered. That's an apt way to put it, Qiuyuan nodded. They looked at each other but did not continue this topic. Essence Soul. What about Qi? Wang Wei asked. Based on this story, it's easy to deduce that Grand Tao was learning from their mistake, creating each era to better understand how to cultivate true transcendence. The goal has always been the Emperor or Paragon path that combined essence, Qi, and spirit, Qiuyuan replied. For some unknown reason, Grand Tao turned the pure Qi age into the Paragon age. I did hear rumors that a pure chi cultivator attempted true transcendence in the middle stages of the Paragon Age, but the sources of these rumors were not too reliable. I see. Wang Wei nodded. Back to our original topic. Do you really think these ancient powerhouses will return during the upcoming catastrophe? It still doesn't make sense to me, Yan Hai said. Logically speaking, shouldn't these people return at the height of the transcendent era or age instead of now? Grand Dao can then force us to fight each other to facilitate growth through war. That's exactly what I think will happen, Qiyuan said. But you seem to think when I say they will return, they will be in their peak form and immediately take over, Qiyuan said. He understood how his sister's mind thought, so he knew what mistakes she made. Do you think they can survive perfectly intact after Grand Dao eliminated them? No, they are just remnants, even echoes of their former self. The catastrophe conflict will be their attempt to take over this world and use the resources to return to their peak. The animosity between us and them will be established in the catastrophe before completely breaking out during the Transcendent Age when we finally have the power to confront them. I see. Yan Hai nodded. Of course, that was the original script. Qiyuan chuckled. The two looked at him, not hiding their bafflement. Because now, there is a wild card, you. Me? Wang Wei asked. What does it have to do with me? The All-Haven fate calamity is approaching. The strings of fate envelop primordial chaos, and the Mad Emperor, in his path to control his fate, will do anything to reach detachment. That's the all-seeing temple's prophecy on the next major catastrophe of the chaos universe. Yan Hai said. Are you saying it's about him? Think about it carefully, Qiyuan said with a smile. His Tao is fate. His pursuit is to be free and unfettered, and we know how capable he is. How far do you think this kill will go to achieve his goal? Do you think he will play by Grand Dao's rules? Now that you mention it, Yan Hai said, looking Wang Wei up and down. She then turned to her big brother. So, what's our plan while this kid makes all this trouble? As the saying goes, once someone becomes enlightened, even chickens and dogs will benefit, Qiyuan replied. We only need to support him, and we will also transcend. Or perish with me, Wang Wei added. It's worth the risk, Qiyuan replied calmly. Is it? The ultimate taboo showed me my limits, Qiyuan said. I can probably come close to transcendence but never truly achieve it. And in the process, I may lose everything I hold dear. Qiyuan sighed. However, it's different when I look at you. In you, I not only see an opportunity for true transcendence for myself but also a future in which many people and even the sect also transcend this universe. Ancestor, aren't you putting too much faith in me? Wang Wei smiled wryly. Maybe I am, Qiyuan smiled. But I think you can take it. What do you think, third sister? Since you trust him and I trust your judgment, then I believe he can do it, Yan Hai replied calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1399 On the Precipitous. Wang Wei was in deep thought. Recent events with Maitreya taught him that his family and sect may not be reliable in his future transcendent path, and he may have to rely on his wife Wu Hong. However, Qiyuan's words made him realize he may have learned the wrong lesson in that experiment. The sect's support may not be good for me, Wang Wei thought. The sect's effect has always accompanied him throughout his cultivation journey, either providing him with resources and protection or serving as a safety net in case he failed. During his transcendent path, the role might be reversed, but if he plays his cards correctly, it may still make his life easier. I'm glad to have your thorough support, Wang Wei nodded. Can you tell me more about the all-seeing temple's prophecy? How many people know, and how far has it spread? He was not surprised by this prophecy since Wang Wei had long deduced his transcendent path would terrorize the entire chaos universe. Hence the confrontation between himself and Grand Dao. Are you worried that others would realize the prophecy is about you? Qiyuan asked. Since you can figure it out, others might also be able to. Or, at the very least, have their suspicions, Wang Wei said. No need to worry too much about that, Chiyuan said. Did you do something? Yanhai asked. After knowing about the prophecy, I knew I needed to divert the trouble from us. So, when these two first left the world to fight in primordial chaos, I took the risk to contact our people in other chaos worlds, Chiyuan explained. By now, a few people should also meet this description. Everyone knows the Eternal Ascension world will play a significant role in the Allhaven Fate calamity. Still, it doesn't necessarily have to be the one who created the Mad Emperor. However, when the time comes, these fakes must come to the Eternal Ascension world to play their role better. That's a great approach, Wang Wei said while also feeling his ancestors' care and meticulous mind. But it would be better if we could get a trusted individual to spread another prophecy that fits and contradicts this one. I had the same thought, but I realized we would need someone on Mithraya's level to fool these foreign transcendents, Chiyuan said. True, Wang Wei sighed. Regardless, thank you, ancestors. Wang Wei did not know how effective Chiyuan's method would be, but it was enough that it bought him more time to grow and develop. Like I said, you are our future. Chiyuan patted him on the shoulder, and Wang Wei nodded. So what should we do with Time Eater? Do we ignore him since we know it's inevitable? No, he's still a dangerous individual, Chiyuan stated. If we allow him to develop until the next era, he could become a major problem. So, when necessary, we must kill or weaken him as much as possible. Good. But as I said when this conversation started, I'm too busy dealing with that Taoist traitor and the lock, so someone needs to monitor and deal with him, Wang Wei added. I'll keep an eye out on him. Chiyuan nodded before looking in the distance. Now that we are invisible under his eyes, it's time for us to start acting. Great. The three chatted for a few more seconds before dispersing. Wang Wei returned to his hiding dimension. As he sat on a calming mat, he reviewed every word his ancestors said. He would not just accept their words and check before coming to his own conclusion. I'm afraid Chiyuan's theory might be correct, Wang Wei summarized. I always wondered where Lin Fan's destiny with the Chaos Demon Gods originated, and now I have an answer. Then, there is Sun Junyao. Everybody else and I have always thought her perfection originated from Grand Tao, but she might also be the pawn of some creature from the Genesis Age. Wang Wei was still more inclined to believe it was from Grand Tao, but he could not rule out that possibility. Everyone is a pawn of someone else. Wang Wei sighed. This world truly sucks. He shook his head before he suddenly stopped. Wait, am Fate and Grand Tao's pawn. My three ancestors seem to be that venerable Trinity's pawn, but what about my future wife? Whose pawn is she? I don't believe such a talented person never caught the eyes of someone else. Besides the time Heavenly Tao manipulated her to create the Hong protection system, it did not appear anyone was manipulating her from the shadows. I don't believe not a single person was interested, so either she has already escaped such a fate, or the person is hiding deep and hasn't shown up yet. This wife of mine seems to have many secrets she hasn't revealed yet. Wang Wei shook his head and decided to have this conversation with her in the future. Now that he was done dealing with all these theories and larger-than-life enemies, it was time for him to return down to earth and deal with the problem in front of him. He waved his hand to summon Red Mask. Lord, she saluted respectfully despite communicating through an image array. Spread a rumor that I will establish a sage council in 100 years to gather all the world's sages to create a solution for the plague curse. Lord, do you want to lure Sage Pure Flame into action? Yes, but I also want to establish the council. I know for a fact that these top lineages must have hidden a few first and maybe even second-level sages. If they could accept my invitation, it may indeed solve the current problem. I understand. Red Mask nodded. Anything else? That's it for now. Wang Wei ended the conversation, remaining alone with his thoughts. If I were in Supreme Unity's shoes, what would I do next? His mind went into deduction mode. Assuming he's the one manipulating Sage Pure Flame and he co-opted my plague idea, the next thing I would do is to make the blood of mortals a cure for the plague. No, not just a cure, but a temporary one. With this move, the immortals will now have a reason to target mortals. More importantly, they are desperate. If mortal blood is the only way to save their lives, these immortal sovereigns and Tao rulers will become ruthless to save their life. And if the plague mutates to affect mortals, then the mortals will have no hope. I can't let him slowly plan in the shadows. I need to force him to activate his plans before he's fully prepared. Wang Wei did not waste time and immediately accessed the Void Illusion realm. He modified the core program before putting his plan into action. Then Wang Wei used it to send a message as wide as possible. With the password Immortal Dream, any cultivator can receive a technique from the Void Illusion realm called Longevity Rune Body, which can increase everyone's lifespan between 12,600 years to 1.26 million years. Additionally, this technique has other benefits similar to the Source Rune Physique for professionals and a minor increase in talent for other cultivators. Wang Wei knew cultivators' greatest motivation has always been benefit. But in the post-lock era, the benefits have changed from an increase in strength to an increase in lifespan. Next is Shu Ren. Wang Wei closed his eyes, focusing on Shu Shu. The woman was the pinnacle of his understanding of perfection and existence. He was extra careful when creating her, and to ensure the plan's success, he never once checked on her after the creation. However, now that he sensed someone else had connected their existence to her, it was time to check on her. The first thing he did was check her memories. Well, Wang Wei was slightly traumatized by some of them, but all was worth it for the sake of this plan. That small dick Shu Ren does love her, but he was also cautious in not revealing much of his secrets to her, Wang Wei commented. However, after experiencing life and death, they should become closer, and I may find something to use on him. The Earth Emperor was the last straw of the Seven Moon era since Seven Cauldrons' existence should have been overridden by Supreme Unity's rough use of her as a vessel. As long as Shu Ren dies, the shackles of the world's luck and destiny will finally return to its former owners. As for Seven Cauldron, she probably won't leave long even if Supreme Unity is not dealt with. Whoever is planning to deal with Shu Ren, what is taking so long? Wang Wei complained before closing his eyes, waiting for the result of his chess moves. More than 10 years passed, and besides communicating with Sage Lin Qin and Emperor Kong about the council, Wang Wei remained in place, waiting for the result. Then, Red Mask contacted him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1400 Civilization War. Democracy. Unedited chapter. Your facial expression tells me you're bringing bad news, Wang Wei calmly stated. Not all bad news, Red Mask replied, slightly embarrassed. There is a silver of good news. Start with the bad, Wang Wei sighed. The other lineages have sent news that there are signs of the plague in other territories. Wang Wei sighed deeper. Did someone break through our blockade? All the lineages worked together to ensure the plague only remained in Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix's territory. So far, there are no signs of that. So, someone else with the source of the plague spread it elsewhere, Wang Wei commented before sneering. He looked at the sky, the sun specifically. So, this is your doing after all. This mad Taoist has reached the point where he will do anything to kill all life in this world and take complete control over true heavenly Tao. What is the good news you mentioned? Sage Pure Flame has shown up, Red Mask reported. Did you capture him? Wang Wei quickly asked. No, since he seems extra careful, but he has shown up twice now in the past 3 weeks, and each time seems close to a group of cursed individuals, Red Mask reported. Keep a close tab on his whereabouts and capture him no matter the price we must pay. Understand? Yes, Lord. Wang Wei nodded. Has there been any signs that mortal blood is the cure for the plague? Nothing as of yet. Maybe we still have some time, Wang Wei muttered. They discussed a few matters before he dismissed Red Mask. Wang Wei's next destination was to check on the mortal civilization. In the past 10 years, he did 2 things. Understanding Mithraya's analysis of the lock and casting a luck spell to accelerate the development of the mortal civilization. Wang Wei quietly arrived at Du Tsong's base, which was testing a new generation of domain armor. He watched as the armor released 5 floating scales surrounding it to form a circle with a radius of 40 meters. Then, the scales started resonating with each other before activating their power of law. It's indeed a domain, Wang Wei thought. However, this thing was extremely frail, and there was no way it could beat the weakest saint without using countless armor. However, Wang Wei still nodded in satisfaction. The first version of this technology required the mortals to build 5 enormous law pillars to establish the domain. But now, in just a short few years, they have already miniaturized the technology. They still can eliminate Tier 8 cultivators whose power systems do not involve the law, Wang Wei thought. Now that he was satisfied with this group's progress, Wang Wei thought of checking on the others. However, he sensed his communication talisman vibrating, so he checked it. His brow immediately furrowed after seeing the content. So, it finally started? Huh. Wang Wei did not waste time sending the information to his allies. A few seconds later, he was at a conference with many representatives from the Overlord factions and other top lineages. They discussed the next battle plan before dispersing this meeting. Wang Wei then summoned all the leaders of the mortal civilization through the Void Illusion realm. Time is precious, so let's get to it, Wang Wei said as soon as he showed up with Jia Ping and the other guardians. He showed them a recording one of his creations sent him. All these leaders then watched, in horror, as this cultivator with purple pus on their bodies and red eyes massacred a dynasty of more than 50 million people and drank their blood. Then, the madness in his eyes faded, and even a few small pus sacs faded away. Whoever recorded this image took the time to ensure it was as detailed as possible. Heaven has truly forsaken us, said one of the mortal leaders. First, everyone wanted their blood for longevity, and now it appeared to be the cure for the terrible curse/disease spreading in the outside world. This is not the work of heaven, but the result of man's greed, someone else countered. This leader knew more and understood the core of their people's suffering. Guardian, what should we do now? Duzong asked. He felt the atmosphere might suddenly shift to that of depression and nihilism, so he decided to ask a question with a more hopeful tone. The next course of action is for you to decide, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to condense a map with countless dots, many of whom were disappearing. Over the years, with the help of his soul network ability and access to the Void Illusion realm, he created an excellent map of large and middle areas occupied by mortals. The map was not perfect since he categorized any area with a population of less than 500 million as small, but he will do it for now. You have 2 choices. Continue developing until your civilization is fully prepared for this war, or reveal yourself now to rescue as many of your fellow compatriots as possible. Wang Wei paused, leaving his words to simmer. I won't decide for you in this matter. From now on, all major decisions involving the fate of your civilization will be decided by you. We must save our people, Sun Longwei immediately yelled. He remembered what the Guardian said. He levied for his people. As such, he would not accept waiting as their fellow compatriot are slaughtered and everyone else gets to live a peaceful and sheltered life. Don't get excited too quickly, said another leader. If we can become a Tier 9 civilization before leaving our base, think of how many people we'll be able to save. Yes, that's right. This is a matter that can affect our entire civilization, so taking a careful approach is best. If you fear for your life, say so, Duzong countered. You people saw how powerful the law armors were, and by our calculations, cultivators are even more powerful. Can you imagine how many of our people they will kill if we don't help? By the time we reach a Tier 9 civilization, how many will be left alive? We must fight. War is the best way to motivate technological innovation, said a leader with a more militaristic style. That's right. All our achievements and data on fighting cultivators have been curated and well controlled. We have no idea whether these puppets, armors, poisons, etc. will even work in a war with ever-changing scenarios. But what if our bases are discovered? All our people will die, and all our progress will be destroyed. That's right. The people in the bases have been enlightened, so we should prioritize their safety before considering helping the outsiders. Do you hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? A few hundred years of safety is all it took for you to develop a sense of superiority. Already forgotten you were also once ignorant? That's not what I mean. Don't twist my words. Then what did you mean? I was merely concerned with preserving our rune technology and all other advancements we've made so far, and the bases are the key to that preservation. The people are the key, argued someone else. We can preserve the knowledge in the void illusion realm. That way, even if the base falls, someone else can rebuild it. We started ignorantly and built such wonders. Since we can do it, they can too. No, they can do it better since they will be standing on the shoulders of giants. The argument continued while intensifying with each passing second. Wang Wei calmly watched them argue for more than 5 hours without stating his opinion. Sir, these people are not ready to be independent. Jia Ping sent him a message. Maybe so, but there is not enough time to slowly let go of the wheel, Wang Wei replied. He finally used his power to silence everyone. Many of the leaders, like Du Tsong, hoped Wang Wei would make a decision and remove this burden from their shoulders. We will put it to a vote, and the majority wins, Wang Wei said. Under his control, 3 choices appeared before these leaders. Intervene, don't intervene, and abstain from voting. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Wang Wei announced the result. 1. 3 million votes for no interference, 200,000 for abstention, and 1. 5 million for interfering. The choice has been made. Everyone leaves to prepare for this war of civilization. The leaders looked at each other before nodding and leaving to execute this order. Is something on your mind? Wang Wei asked. Sir, is it really necessary to relinquish power to them? They don't seem ready for the task, Jia Ping asked. Our existence will become a shackle to them, Wang Wei explained. If we want their civilization to develop truly, this is a necessary step. But even so, it seems you've grown attached to them. I can't deny that. Well, don't be too attached, Wang Wei warned. In the current political climate, attachment is a weakness, and the last thing we need is someone to use it against you. I understand. If you want to one day rebuild your dynasty, I have no issue, Wang Wei continued. You can even integrate the mortal civilization into your rule. But like I said, don't get too attached to these mortals specifically. As you wish, Jia Ping replied with more light in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1401 Civilization War. True Battle. Du Tsong returned home, feeling restless. He always knew this day would come, but he suddenly felt overwhelmed when it did. Air entered and exited his body as this kind of controlled breathing soothed his rampaging thought. Summon the War Council, Du Tsong ordered, and in less than 10 minutes, all the best military minds of his base gathered in one room. Du Tsong explained the situation to them, and everybody prepared for war. The council mobilized all their troops while waiting for Wang Wei's map. A few days later, they saw an area of the map rapidly disappearing, and everyone's breathing rapidly increased. Report the threat level, Du Tsong asked. Energy level indicates a cultivator between Tier 4 and 5. Du Tsong frowned, wondering whether it was a coincidence that their first opponent was so weak. However, he decided that it did not matter. This is the path their civilization must take. What do you think we should do? He asked his generals. I suggest we deploy 1-5B squad. A squad? Shouldn't 1-5B armor be enough? This is war, and we cannot take the risk. That makes sense. Soon, everybody agreed on a safe approach, and Du Tsong made the final decision. Under his order, one of the best 5B squad, the White Wolf Squad, was deployed. This civilization has mastered space travel, and unlike the ones from the lower dimension, Wang Wei did not have to create a separate subspace from them. Their space-traveling technology involved combining light and space runes to navigate through the complex spatial structure of the upper dimension. "Captain, are you excited?" asked a young man wearing blue armor with the head of a white wolf drawn on his back. He looked excitedly at a middle-aged man with white hair, a scar over his right eye, and the eyes of a ferocious animal. "Lu Jun, this is war. Take it seriously," said a woman with similar armor. She and Lu Jun were both Tier 4 pilots of the White Wolf Squad, making them the 4 vice-captains of the squad. "Blue Flower, you're too serious," Lu Jun said. "How many times have we trained in the Void Illusion realm? This battle will be swift, and once we're done, our squad can be raised to 6B and even the legendary 7A squad." All three had a brief light of desire flashing in their eyes. No armor pilots did not desire to become a 7A squad. Sadly, there were few of these armors, and the requirements were more than stringent. "Blue Flower is correct. This is war, so don't play around," White Wolf said seriously, albeit his tone did not hide his confidence. "On your command, Captain." The other members soon arrived, which included 2 other 4B vice-captains pilots and 103 3C pilots for a total of 108. All squads usually have between 72 to 360 members, and the composition could be real pilots with puppets. White Wolf was not fond of puppets, so he always used real pilots. Additionally, his reputation was enough to build a crew with only 3C pilots. "Let's go," White Wolf ordered after everyone had suited up before leading them to a towering gate. Everyone gazed at this door with wonder and longing. Only hunting squads had the right to leave the base to capture cultivators for training or research purposes. However, most of the time, a guardian would do the job, so even the hunting squad did not have much opportunity to leave, let alone them. White Wolf took a deep breath before walking through the gate. He felt he had turned into a white light and was traveling at an unreasonable speed. The squad felt an eternity had passed traveling in that void while simultaneously feeling it was an instant. White Wolf opened his mouth to check on his team when a terrible smell assaulted his senses. This terrible smell, a mixture of blood, urine, fecal matter, vomit, and more importantly intense fear, sent a great shock to his system. One of the requirements for being a pilot was a great vision, but White Wolf regretted having such a good vision. He saw limbs scattered everywhere, followed by bodies of men, women, and children, the despair before their death still on their faces. White Wolf's face paled as he saw a pregnant woman lying on the ground with a big hole in her head. His reaction was not for her death, but because his armor detected the womb in her stomach still had signs of life. Countless sounds of retching echoed behind White Wolf. Usually, he would reprimand his men, but he did not have the strength. A part of their training was called the cruelty of war, and they saw even worse sights like this in the Void Illusion realm. However, everyone could compartmentalize these experiences as an illusion and not real. But the one before them was real. All these people are real people, and they have genuinely died horribly. "Captain, what should we do?" Blue Flower asked, her face pale under her mask. "Should we start rescuing operations? Our training said cultivators are destructive, so we must eliminate them before focusing on rescuing survivors. Otherwise, even more lives will be lost," said Vice Captain Li Xin. "But," Blue Flower said, looking at the child missing his right leg and struggling to survive. "Lu Xin is right," White Wolf said, finally regaining his bearing. His wolf-shaped mask looked in the distance while his body released a terrifying killing intent. "Deploy!" The squad flew toward the high-energy response the armor detected. "A child?" asked Lu Xin. The enemy was a child with long white hair, black clothes, and red eyes like an animal. A close look revealed purple pus sacs on its arms and neck. "Not a child. It should be a cultivation technique that made him look like this," Vice Captain Grindax replied. "I was hoping the enemy was from the demon race," Lu Xin commented. "Don't have any unnecessary dreams." "Although we are both humans, cultivators do not see us as the same species," Grindax sneered, his words impacting the team more than he understood. They were all smart people and understood the truth. The great Guardian Wang Wei and Guardian Jia Ping treated their kind respectfully, but any discerning person could tell how they did not want to associate too closely with them. These pilots understood. Although now mortals can live up to 10,000 years, allowing them to have long friendships with cultivators. However, 10,000 years was not even a nap for these immortal powerhouses. And that's not to mention that if they did not control their emotions properly and accidentally release their aura, they could annihilate every life in their bases. With such a vast difference, it's understandable why they did not want to associate with regular humans. Of course, understanding is just that. Understanding. Just because these mortals understood the reason did not mean they could accept it emotionally. Ultimately, unless Heavenly Tao accepts mortal civilization as a viable cultivation path that can become immortal and higher, mortals will always feel inferior to cultivators. Enough talking, White Wolf ordered. Get in formation. All 3 sea pilots surrounded this devil child, and their armor linked together. They raised their hands to fire projectiles and spells at their opponents. The 4 vice captains teamed up, leaving White Wolf as the primary vanguard. The captain launched at this devil child, trying to claw him into 2. All 3 sea pilots surrounded this devil child, and their armor linked together. They raised their hands to fire projectiles and spells at their opponents. The 4 vice captains teamed up, leaving White Wolf as the primary vanguard. The captain launched at this devil child, trying to claw him into 2. The child, whose mind was lost due to the plague and acting out of instinct, finally noticed these people when his life was in danger. Small earth spears manifested behind before rushing toward White Wolf with extreme speed. The vice captains suddenly appeared in front and worked together to block these spears. White Wolf's momentum did not decrease due to his teammates' utility help, so he continued forward. The child was about to attack a second time, but the 3 sea pilots started their barrages of energy attacks, forcing him to create energy shields to protect himself. White Wolf finally arrived and released a barrage of attacks. His claws were made of the best materials capable of shredding most divine body cultivators' shields. Additionally, he asked for his claws to be boosted by metal runes, so adding his White Wolf martial arts, the captain was confident in tearing that damn cultivator apart. However, the shield calmly created earth shields around him, blocking all of White Wolf's attacks. The enemy is suspected of being an Earth Tao cultivator, Grindax said in their interlink communication system. Firing squad. Change to fire-based attacks. More than 20 members of the 3 sea squads had fire rune base armor, and then they became the primary link of the formation. Using their runes as resonance, everyone else could now attack with fire spells. The squad opened their palms, preparing to release fireballs. White Wolf cooperated with the team. He did not allow his anger to dictate his actions. He moved out of the way to make more space for the firing squad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1402 Civilization War. Cultivators Horror, unedited chapter, and I made a mistake in the previous chapter. The Devil Child cultivated Metal Tao since fire balances out metal in the 5-element chart. I've already fixed it. The Devi Child's shield blocked this barrage of attacks, but it still showed signs of melting. The vice captains took this opportunity to rush in for an attack. Each had their specialty, but their attack now was to ensure maximum damage. Boom! The Devil Child's defense could not hold on and flew to the ground, but White Wolf was already waiting for him with his claw. The child's body instinctively moved, so White Wolf attack only scratched his back instead of cleaving him in 2. White Wolf immediately disappeared from his spot, and the next thing that came was another barrage of fire attacks. The Devil Child surrounded itself with a double-layer shield, one of pure energy on top, followed by a metal shield in the second layer. Such quick thinking displayed this cultivator's extreme battle experience even after losing his mind. However, the mortals were not bad too. The Void Illusion realm allowed them to experience many kinds of opponents. The bombardment destroyed the shield's layer, leaving the second layer with some melting spots. However, before the child could breathe, Vice Captain Lu Jun appeared before him with a flame shield and cut his defense like a knife passing through butter. Blue Flower followed with a trident composed of lightning and thunder, and she threw it with enormous force. The Devil Child screamed in agony as the lightning ravaged his body, but this was far from enough. Vice Captain Li Xin produced tree rots that directly embedded themselves into the Devil Child's arms and legs, not only injuring him but rendering him immobile. Now, Li Xin yelled, and Grindax was already prepared to use his specialty. Soul Attack. Grindax was one of the few enlightened humans who chose a military/martial path instead of research. As such, his armor was designed with spiritual runes, allowing him to use techniques like mind or soul attacks. The Devil Child felt danger and immediately tried to teleport from his predicament. However, all squads knew that the minimum level for any cultivation system to access space technique was Tier 4, so they considered this. The 3C Pilots formation was not just to link their minds and energy reserves but also a space blockade in the area they had surrounded. The Devil Child screamed in agony as the world spun around him. This attack looked devastating, but Vice Captain Grindax was not feeling too well. Ultimate, a mortal soul cannot compare to a Tier 5 cultivator. The armor boosted his spiritual power and protected him from the backlash, but its power was also limited. The Devil Child's aura drastically dropped, and White Wolf finally acted. He appeared before the culprit, piercing the latter's chest with his mighty claw. He destroyed all the devil's internal organs before ripping his heart out. "Disgusting thing," White Wolf sneered. "Even your heart is black." He looked at the disgusting thing in his hand and threw it away. The team watched as the Devil Child slowly lost gravity and crashed into the ruin of this mortal dynasty. "I told you this would be easy," Lu Jun said as his mask automatically disappeared. "We only won because of our teamwork," Blue Flower replied. "But we still won. Now is not the time to celebrate," Grindax added. "This is just one cultivator among countless. Our work has just started." "Grindax is right," White Wolf nodded. "Enough chit-chat and immediately start the rescue mission." "Aye, Captain," Lu Jun smiled. "Now they can finally focus on rescuing as many people as possible." Although this battle was intense and showed the result of their years of training, what is truly important is to save their compatriot. "I must thank you," suddenly said an eerie voice that sounded like the combination of 3 or more people. The pilots watched in horror as the Devil Child got up and looked at them calmly. "If not for you almost killing me, I would have never awakened my consciousness," the Devil Child said, buying himself enough time to use his metal Tao to build metal hearts and other organs. The Devil Child slowly floated in the air, standing before the team. "A group of mortals? Is the source of your strength those armors? Interesting." He smirked before his expression suddenly changed to cruelty and horror. "However, you, ants, actually dare to steal the power of Cultivator? We did not steal anything. This is the power we build with our own 2 hands." Lu Jun snapped back. "Don't argue with him," White Wolf ordered. "Prepare for battle." "So, you're their leader?" The Devil Child looked at him. "You don't look too impressive." "Since we killed you once, we can do it again," White Wolf said calmly. "The greatest sin ants can make is not realizing they are ants," the Devil Child said with a sneer. His injury had reached the point where he could fight at his peak again, meaning he had no more words for these ants. "Supreme Sword Strike." The Devil Child waved his hand to manifest an enormous black sword above the team's head that rang alarm bells in everyone's mind. "Use the 5-point array," White Wolf swiftly ordered. The team immediately got into position behind him to resonate all their energy, mind, soul, and runes. They generated a 5-color shield above them, which appeared to have excellent defensive capabilities. However, the Devil Child only sneered. His gaze shifted to the pilots surrounding him. A white light enveloped the sky in the shape of a perfect circle, followed by countless explosions. It was as if this was a festival, and these explosions were the fireworks. However, those were not fireworks. The Devil Child eliminated all these pilots with one sword attack, and after barely blocking that sword, the team realized what had happened. Now it's your turn, Ants. The Devil Child rushed toward the team. Vice Captain Li Shin acted the fastest by using his Wood Rune. Numeracy Roots tried to intercept the Devil Child. Would Dao with the specialty of controlling the opponent? He may also be the team's healer, the Devil Child analyzed as he cut down the roots. After this analysis, the Devil Child suddenly changed his target from the strongest White Wolf to Vice Captain Blue Flower. The female pilot used the time Li Shin bought her to summon a potent lightning bolt and attack. Unfortunately for her, the Devil Child had some understanding of the relationship between the elements. He calmly condensed a sword and used it to absorb her lightning bolt. Then, he reversed the lightning and boosted it before returning the attack to Blue Flower. He perfectly countered her attack. The powerful electrical currents temporarily short-circuited Blue Flower's armor, rendering her helpless. The team's face became horrified as they realized she was wide open, and they immediately tried their best to support and protect her. Swish! The Devil Cultivator disappeared. He teleported directly behind Li Shun and cut off his head with one swift motion. Everyone was still focused on Blue Flower and did not react to what just happened. However, that would not stop the Devil Child. His next target was Grindax. After the last spiritual attack, this person was moving sluggishly, and the Devil Child recognized such behavior as the backlash from spirit injuries. Grindax did his best by mobilizing all the energy in his suit for one desperate block. Sadly for him, the Devil Child's sword was not a physical attack. The sword directly invaded his sea of consciousness and obliterated his soul. "Nu!" Lu Jin screamed. His armor combusted as he removed all the limits and burned all the energy and runes, turning him into a humanoid elemental flame spirit. He flew toward the Devil Child with one intention: kill him at all cost. However, the latter calmly responded to his action by encasing him into a metal ball and adding dozens of layers to ensure he could not burn through it. "What an idiot!" the Devil Child commented. The only fate left for Lu Jun was to burn himself inside that ball. "Run away." "What?" "Blue Flower, this is a direct order. Live and run away," White Wolf said. "I'll buy you enough time, so run away." The base cannot use spatial technology to teleport them back until their tasks have been accomplished or they are in an isolated area without any enemies in sight. White Wolf knew that only by finding a safe space could Blue Flower have a chance at surviving. "Want to run away?" The Devil Child sneered. He could not hear these two's link communication, but their aura revealed much of their intents even if they wore armor. He opened his mouth to spit a mouthful of blood that rapidly condensed into another Devil Child. "He knows," White Wolf said with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth before rushing to his opponent. He still wanted to fight both these creatures to buy his teammate a chance at surviving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1403 Civilization War. Cruel Truth. White Wolf rushed forward, trying to hold both devils for as long as possible. However, before reaching his destination, the clone disappeared. White Wolf wanted to turn around to protect Blue Flower, but it was too late. The devil appeared before him and stroked him repeatedly with potent sword attacks. "Your claws are quite sharp. They should make for some decent material," the Devil Child uttered. "I'll kill you, bastard." White Wolf scoffed as a sense of urgency drowned his senses. He increased his attack tempo, trying to eliminate this bastard as soon as possible to protect his ally. "Your mind and will are weak," the Devil Child taunted. "And that's just the surface of all the flaws you have. The cultivation world has existed for longer than your tiny mind could fathom. Did you really think you could rival us after creating this little armor? Shut up." Boom! White Wolf's body paused as his armor sensor detected that Blue Flower's life signs were completely gone. His mind reverted to their first meeting. "Captain, what if they don't like me?" They don't need to like you. You know what I mean, Blue Flower added. I've heard about many female pilots that are mistreated. That's why we formed the association to ensure we are on the same squad. Then you should trust the association. You recruited me through them? That's right. White Wolf nodded. They've inspected and investigated our team before accepting my application. I see. But Captain, why did you want a woman in your squad? I wanted a lightning user, but as you know, those are rare. So, I applied everywhere, hoping to get someone. I see. We're here. Believe me, you'll love this team, Wolf said, noting that she was not too confident. How about this? We'll have a mock battle as soon as we arrive. This way, we can better understand each other as a team, and the others can see how capable you are. But that's not a good approach for a first meeting. Maybe, but it's the most direct way. All right. Team, come meet our new number. Captain, where did you find this terrifying pilot? Lucian asked. His armor was torn apart by lightning in the battle simulation. So what do you guys think? Wolf asked. She's awesome, Lucian immediately said. She will be a great addition to the team, Lucian nodded. Grindax, White Wolf asked. I know you're not one to mince your words, so tell me honestly what you think. Her control over her armor is superb, and the utilization of her Thunder Rune is one of the best I've seen, Grindax replied calmly. But she's too slow for a Thunder user, Grindax added. White Wolf did not comment. Blue Flower, what do you think of this comment? The Academy's instructor had the same evaluation, Blue Flower admitted. She said I could become a 6B pilot if I fix this problem. Grindax here has a knack for training pilots. With him here, your chances at improving and becoming 6B will be much higher. I will be in your care, Blue Flower bowed. We are all teammates, so let's take care of each other. Grindax nodded. Good. Now that everything is resolved, let's celebrate the arrival of our new member. Blue Flower had the most potential of our team, White Flower thought. Maybe if we trained her harder, she could have become a 6B pilot without participating in this accursed mission. This thought haunted the White Wolf. However, he extricated himself after realizing Blue Flower would eventually have to participate in the war. Ultimately, it is the fault of these cultivators for treating us as resources and materials, White Wolf thought with gritted teeth. Calm down, this is not the time for this. I need to make this bastard pay, even if I must die in the process. Swish! White Wolf saw two white lights flash on both sides of his body. He was puzzled by what was happening until his sensor reported the loss of his 4 limbs. White Wolf was still puzzled because he could not feel the pain since the armor immediately injected a medicinal solution into his body to remove all his pain. Like I said, your mind and will are weak, the Devil Child said. Your body instinctively paused after a great shock to your psyche. Did you think I couldn't exploit such a major flaw? White Wolf looked at this man in his eyes, despairing and already overwhelming his mind. However, he did not let it consume him. Instead, he used his hatred to retain the last bit of his sanity and consciousness. Why didn't you kill me? What can I say? I like to play with my food. The Devil Child smiled cruelly. White Wolf stared at him. You want to search my soul and get information about our origin. Sadly for you, this is a futile effort. The Devil Child's face changed, and he immediately invaded this mortal sea of consciousness to search for his soul. As expected, White Wolf's soul was already destroyed. The truth of the matter is this Devil Child was playing with fire, trying to get information from White Wolf's mind. The location and situation of these mortal bases were of the utmost priority, so the protection of their information was left to Wang Wei. What a waste! The Devil Child cursed before looking in the distance. He felt that someone had been watching him for a while and had been on guard. However, the sensation disappeared after this mortal's soul scattered. Whatever, he announced. His goal has been achieved since he confirmed that mortal blood could curb the spread of the curse. Additionally, he also got his hands on some decent material. So, the Devil Child collected the wreckage of all the pilots before killing the surviving mortals and taking their blood. Finally, He disappeared on the horizon. War Council. Du Tsong looked at the black screen, his eyes almost empty. The room was so quiet that even the sound of heavy breathing sounded like a shout. To say this battle was a wake-up call was an understatement. An ordinary cultivator. Everyone looked at the strategist who spoke. That devil child was an ordinary cultivator. Not a genius, a heaven-chosen, or these monsters with a mortal foundation. He was just an ordinary cultivator with good battle experience. His words strengthened the somber atmosphere in the room. A few people wanted to rebut, but the truth had just slapped them in the face. "What should we do?" someone else asked, but no one had an answer. "Can we still track that bastard's location?" Du Tsong suddenly asked. "Oh yes," someone replied. "He just killed our people. We can track the spiritual residual from his body." "Good. Send 5-5B squads to eliminate him." "Leader, is this wise?" "Just do it," Du Tsong ordered. "If you want to kill him, at least send a 6B squad." "No, we need to know how our troops fared against ordinary cultivators on the same level," Du Tsong replied, his expression and demeanor extremely calm but also cold. Everyone looked at each other before sending the order. The war room then watched as the devil child decimated all 5 squads with a slight struggle. "Send 20 squads," Du Tsong cruelly ordered. The war room finally witnessed the death of the devil child. However, at what cost? Only 3 pilots survived this encounter. On the verge of death, the devil child used a secret technique that reverted his body to look normal. It also pushed his strength very close to the primordial spirit realm. Luckily, one of the captains in this 20-squad small legion was a brilliant strategic mind. He forced the 3C pilots to use suicide attacks to injure and weaken the devil before everyone had a chance to kill him. "About 25 squads," Du Tsong said, his eyes more focused than ever. "That's about the number of people we need to sacrifice to kill one ordinary cultivator." He allowed his words to marinate. "From the beginning, we never had a choice," Du Tsong continued. "We must save our compatriots on the outside. Our only advantage over cultivators is that we outnumber them by 1 to a trillion. We must use this advantage and throw lives at them to kill as many as possible." The people's faces contorted after hearing these words. If that is true, the upcoming war will be a tragedy for them. How many of their kind will they sacrifice to win this war? Can they even win? How long will this war even last? Cultivators live a long life, and although that is true for mortals now as well, 10,000 years is nothing to the enemy. It's entirely possible for this war to go for 100,000 years, maybe millions. If this war ever ends, how many lives will they sacrifice? "You better accept this reality as soon as possible," Du Tsong said before dismissing everyone. He needed to meet with the other leaders to discuss this cruel truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1404 Civilization War. Modern warfare. All the leaders appeared, but everyone had a somber look on their faces. With one look, everyone could guess what the others had experienced and gave a sympathizing look. "Let's start by sharing data," one of the leaders said, and everyone agreed. The meeting immediately started with these leaders reviewing the battle experience of all the bases. Although there were a few outliers where 1 squad was enough for 1 cultivator, 1 pilot single-handle killed a cultivator, the overall result was the same for more than 2 million bases. Du Tsong was not the only one who decided to use numbers to eliminate the enemy. So all these leaders realized the bleak future awaiting them. Wang Wei trained them to be compassionate and look out for their fellow compatriots. But now, they had the burden of sending these young people to their death. "There is some good news," said leader Lang Shi from base number 23456. "What did you find?" The others knew Lang Shi was excellent at data analysis. "Have you noticed that the bases with primary research on puppetry suffered fewer casualties?" Lang Shi pointed out. "Of course, since they did not have to send their pilots. Someone sneered. And what does that tell you? Lang Shi said, rolling his eyes at this man's jealousy. Doesn't he know we are all in this together? Our focus should be building puppets, Duzong said. With more puppets, we can reduce the amount of pilots that die. We can probably replace all 3C pilots with puppets, commented another user. 3C pilots are the group that suffered the most significant casualties. That sounds like a good approach. Don't forget that the price of building one puppet is more expensive than building a 3C armor and training a 3C pilot. We can always research ways to reduce the price. Our people's lives are more important. Fair. But what do we do with the 3C pilots and lower? We increase their resources to ensure they become 4B and higher pilots, someone suggested. Those who cannot be promoted can be turned into teachers if they have the talent. As of now, puppets cannot completely replace pilots for many reasons, including costs, cultural acceptance, and, more importantly, higher-level puppets require souls and cannot be easily manufactured. Do we need to vote? Someone asked. No need, since we all agreed. Let's do it to make it more formal. But who will supervise this election? The Great Guardian is not here. We should probably elect a representative to lead these meetings. Do we do it now? If so, I want to be the leader. Me too. I don't trust your judgment, so I want to be the leader. What did you say? Don't think I don't remember how bad your grades were when we trained under the Great Guardian. That was the past. Enough, someone yelled. We can ask the Guardian to hold elections, but for now, we still are discussing important matters. Yes, let's get back to the main topic. Lang Shi, did you discover anything else from the data? There are a few more things, Lang Shi nodded. The bases with the highest efficiency in hunting their cultivators are the ones that used poison-based armors and assassin-type armors? Those guys that play dirty? What do you mean by this? I didn't mean. That is the point in making. Lang Shi cut this argument. We must use all means available to use to kill our enemy. That's how cultivators fight, and that's how we need to learn how to fight. I guess that makes sense. Pilots that include body refining into their training regimen are much higher caliber. Lang Shi continued. Lastly, the best performance armors are the flesh armors created from the cultivators' bodies. Everyone was quiet. What? Scared? Duzong sneered. Since they see us as commodities, we can do the same to them. He has a point. I know. But it's not easy to adapt to the cruel nature of this world. The Great Guardian's training warned us of this. You guys just didn't pay attention. This conversation was about to turn into another argument when everyone suddenly received an email. To be exact, it was two, all from Wang Wei. The first had this subject title: How to Incorporate Pilot and Puppet. Low-level puppets have a core that needs to be controlled by a puppeteer near it. If they need to be automatic, the puppeteers can program directions into the puppet, but its actions are still limited. Higher-level puppets need to have consciousness, meaning they must have a soul or some level of spiritual power. That's why they are so challenging to make or why they are so expensive. Wang Wei's suggestion was to use Earth's neural link technology. He suggested these mortals found a way to link a pilot's mind/soul to a puppet to replace their individual soul. With this technology, pilots can control the puppets from afar, thus reducing their casualty. Of course, this approach does not mean there will be no casualty. The soul backlash is enough to kill many pilots, and this is a world where curses and karma techniques exist. I'm always in awe of the Great Guardian's wisdom, one leader praised before checking the second email. Everyone's eyes shrunk as this one is about the new position of High Chancellor to lead this council. Wang Wei laid out rules for the election. However, the election won't happen for a while now. How these 3 million leaders respond to the upcoming catastrophe will help them in their election. Wang Wei calmly observed these leaders. Their failure was expected and could have been ever more severe. The rumor about the effects of mortal blood on the plague has spread, but Wang Wei and the other lineages have reacted swiftly, killing anyone who tried. Previously, they would only capture and seal anyone with the plague, hoping to wait until they had a cure to heal these people. However, as soon as the news spread, they changed their tactics. Wang Wei allowed some small fries to bypass their defensive lines as a test for these mortals. I just need to slowly increase the strength of these cultivators, Wang Wei analyzed. That also means it won't be long before the first confrontation between 7A pilots and law cultivators. Wang Wei waited 3 months until he allowed the first law cultivator to bypass their blockade. During this time, these mortals have fought countless cultivators and created many new tactics. Although more than 50 billion people died in just 3 months, they killed hundreds of cultivators, including many in the primordial spirit realm. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle. The mortals were suffering a devastating loss. The pilot can no longer bear it, Wang Wei commented. The Law Soul was responsible for building the 7A armor, but a pilot was still required. However, even if the armor was designed for mortals to use, not just anyone could control an armor with the power of law embedded in it. 7A pilots are the elite among elites. Their minds have been trained to bear the burden of the law. Unfortunately, their control over the law is subpar compared to a cultivator whose soul is countless times more powerful than theirs. Additionally, the armor designs were flawed as they failed to consider the environment. In the current battle, the repeated use of the law has created an area infested by, well, the power of law. It makes sense since the power of law could be considered the highest form of energy or power, so when one or more people use it in an area, its power will become concentrated. Such a change is nothing to a cultivator with a powerful soul, but the same cannot be said for those 7A pilots. Their frail mind and soul already had to bear such a burden with their armor's law, so this law zone became a nightmare for them. The result was that the squad composed of 20 of the best 7A pilots from all bases were massacred by this one cultivator. The leaders quickly gathered to find the source of the problem before coming up with solutions. They summoned their best rune engravers and armor makers to attend the meeting. Soon, many solutions were discussed, including better training for 7A pilots, linking their souls to bear the brunt of the power of law, and adding more souls into the armor to relieve the burden. These guys are thinking like cultivators when they should be thinking like scientists and engineers, Wang Wei muttered before sending them another message. He suggested these people stopped focusing too much on armor after the law level. Instead, they should build 7A battleships that ordinary, enlightened humans can operate. Their tactics should change to a few 7A pilots holding the cultivator long enough for their fleets, which should be composed of countless 7A battleships, bombard the cultivators into oblivion with their cannon that contained the power of law. Cultivation civilization prioritized individual power, but the strength of your mortal civilization is community, Wang Wei uttered. Heavenly Tao has broken the rules and allows you to mass-produce weak artifacts, so use it wisely. Whether it's armor or battleships, they are at the bottom of the barrel compared to the things artifact refiners make. However, their advantage is that they are cheap and can be mass-produced. That's why Wang Wei suggested they change their ways of fighting to resemble modern warfare from Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1405 Civilization War. Rapid Escalation and Development. A monk dressed in a black robe with the character paint engraved on his bald head. The monk held prayer beads on his hand and he recited Sutra, but anyone who saw him would not think he was some divine or enlightened monk. On the contrary, his Bodhis aura was cold, indifferent, and full of resentful souls. This man was an evil monk. People who claimed to be evil monks, meat-eating monks, flower-stealing monks, and others have always existed in the upper dimension. During Maitreya's reign, Buddhism prospered, and these people were labeled heretics, but it was hard to eliminate them until she became one of the sons. With her immense power, these blasphemous monks were hunted down like mad dogs. In fact, she did not even have to spend too much time on them. With one thought, she could take control of the word monk and eliminate anyone who dared sully it. This evil monk should have been long eradicated from this world. So why was he still alive? If there is one thing cultivators are great at, it's finding a way to survive. After Maithreya's sublimation as a sun, and once she started eliminating these people, these evil monks ran to Taoism to find refuge. Supreme Unity knew these people could have some effect on Buddhism by ruining their reputation, so he provided them with asylum. Maithreya was not happy and wanted to retaliate. Sadly, Supreme Unity did not care as much as she did about Taoism's reputation. This decision was among the first signs of cracks between the two sons. The suffering monk waited in a dilapidated temple until two people appeared, a woman and a man. Their slightly red eyes and the fact they covered every part of their body were indications that they had the plague. "Donors, you're finally here. Suffering monk, are you sure your news is true?" the woman asked with a grating voice. The man did not speak but intensely stared at the monk. "Donor, I'm sure you've heard of the rumors. These rumors also said nonsense like mortals now have the power to kill cultivators." The woman sneered. "That is also true," the suffering monk responded. "Let's go," the woman said to her partner. "I told you this was nonsense. Donor, death is looming over you, but you don't seem to be in a hurry," the suffering monk said with a smile, showing his black teeth. "However, that's fine too. You can slowly wait for your demise as pain and suffering slowly take your mind and spirit. When the suffering is too much, maybe you will have a chance to break the shackles of your soul and achieve nirvana." The mad monk laughed out loud with a creepy and haunting voice. "Honey, we don't have anything to lose," the man finally said. "Why don't we try it?" He did not want to die, so even if he felt he was making a deal with the devil for his soul, he still wanted to try. "This monk doesn't look trustworthy," his wife said through divine sense. "I know this, but I'm confident we can kill him as long as we work together." All right. The plague was rapidly spreading through their bodies and souls, meaning they did not have long before they lost their minds or consciousness and died. "Lead the way," the man said. "Donor, you've made the right choice," the suffering monk said with a wide grin. "Now follow me and don't stray too far." The monk mobilized his law to tear open the void, and the couple followed. The three spent 2 weeks traveling before reaching their destination, a large area where more than 30 mortal dynasties lived, prospered, and competed against one another. Wang Wei had more than 1,000 screens before him, observing and analyzing. As soon as these three reached their destination, he was alerted and briefly glanced over them. He was about to ignore this group before he suddenly paused, looking at the monk. "Is this how they bypassed our blockade?" All the factions involved were serious about this blockage, and without Supreme Unity's direct interference, he could not understand how it happened. However, Wang Wei now had a theory. Some of these evil monks, with the proper technique, disguised themselves as true monks to bypass their blockade. "This bastard truly knows how to best utilize all his pawns," Wang Wei complained and praised. Supreme Unity had many pawns, many of whom he knew, but he also labeled some useless. However, no pawn is useless if the chess player knows how to use them. Lesson learned, Wang Wei thought before focusing on the task at hand. "It's been 5 years of constant training, so let's see how you guys do with this group. It's been 5 years since the base's first battle with cultivators, but 100 years have passed for them due to the time array." Wang Wei felt it was time for a new challenge. "We're here," said the suffering monk. "And you're sure their blood is enough to cure the plague?" the woman asked. "Not cure, but slow down its spread," the monk corrected. "That's enough for us?" The man nodded. "They are also here," the monk suddenly said. "Who?" "The mortals." More than 1,000 lights descended from the sky, revealing this enormous ship surrounded by more than 20,000 smaller ships. "What are those?" the woman asked, looking at these strange-looking black ships. She did not have the words to describe them, but if she had, she would say they were sci-fi-like. "Haven't I told you? The Mortals' Defense Force." "You're telling me they've built such artificer wonders?" "It probably wasn't them," the man said. "These top lineages probably gave it to them as protection." "That makes sense, but how did they control them?" The man shrugged, not knowing the answer. Let's prepare for battle, the suffering monk said excitedly. Battles and wars are one of this world's primary sources of pain and suffering, so he enjoys them thoroughly. Inside the largest battleship, Commander, what should we do? Commander Shiping did not immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the monk. His intuition was telling him something was off with that monk. What is the level reading of these three? Shiping asked. Level 7. He frowned, and after a brief analysis, he relayed his orders. First, charge the Annihilation Cannon, and activate the Guardian Shield. Everyone looked at him, not hiding their surprise. None of these orders were standard and seemed extreme for the situation. However, he was the commander, so they had to listen to him. Start the initial bombardment. Shiping nodded. But don't forget we are facing a monk. So activate the highest spiritual mind protection. Everyone in the command room or other battleships heard and executed his orders. These ships immediately started bombarding these three cultivators. At first, the couple did not take it seriously until they felt the slight power of law from these cannons. Their expressions twisted, and they hurriedly used their own laws. The woman released a tempest of flames while the man played with black winds. Only the monk remained calm as his body released a black aura that easily blocked these attacks. Target these ships, the woman said, and everyone rushed forward. Wind and Flame Dao and a possible body refiner monk, Commander Shiping commented. The monk's situation was still iffy, but he remained Shiping's primary concern. Target the woman with our water cannons and the other two with lightning. The battleships immediately changed tactics, using their element counter for these two. Such a quick decision made reaching the ships more challenging for these three. However, they still made slow progress until they arrived less than 3 kilometers. The suffering monk punched forward to manifest a towering black fist. The ships reacted swiftly by activating their shields, but this attack destroyed more than 20 ships, killing countless people. The Mortal's rune technology had significantly advanced, but the Soul Link technology Wang Wei proposed hadn't been developed to be used in all their ships, meaning these ships contained many humans helping control them. Commander Shiping remained calm. He had experienced countless expeditions in the past 5 years, and death has become one of his eternal companions. First, release the mist, followed by puppet legions. Shiping ordered. Command them to use Tactic 6Y4 for the woman, 9J8 for the man, and 13K9 for the monk. The battleships opened a few latches, releasing more than millions of puppets. Although most of them were 6B puppets, there were a few 7A as well. Without hesitation, these puppets rushed to their target. The couple glanced at each other before nodding simultaneously. They immediately used their famous combination attack, Wind Flame Tornado. An enormous spiral flame engulfed these enthusiastic puppets, eradicating hundreds of thousands of them. However, such an enormous casualty could not deter these mindless creatures. They had one objective and would not stop until they had accomplished their task. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1406 Civilization War. Rapid Escalation and Development 2. These puppets seemed endless as no matter how many these three killed, more and more kept coming. Something is wrong, the woman said. They've killed so many puppets, but the number never disappears. You're right, her husband agreed. Monk, we are in an illusion. What? The first wave of the enemy were actual puppets, but afterward, most of them were illusions. Damn it, why didn't you say anything? And rob you of an opportunity of enlightenment through pain? Donor, why would I do such a thing? The suffering monk looked at him, genuinely puzzled why he asked such a stupid question. Damn it, I forgot these evil monks are all psychopaths, the man said to his wife through divine sense. Now is not the time to argue with him. His wife placated him. Let's deal with the illusion first. They each took out an artifact, a cauldron with sand, and an incense burner. The man put the incense burner into the sand, immediately releasing a strange aroma that filled the surroundings. Sunlight descended from the clouds as most of the puppets disappeared. Boom! Watch out! The man yelled as he condensed his black wind into the densest shield he could manifest. While the puppets distracted these people, the ships had enough time to power up their cannons for one massive and mighty attack. What's more, Commander Shiping used one of the most destructive elements: lightning. The result of this attack was a hole in the man's chest, and the woman was missing her left arm. Confirm injuries in 2 of the targets. What about the monk? Shiping asked. He appeared intact. The commander squinted. Despite the man's heart being obliterated, the commander knew this was not a severe injury. As law beings, Tier 7 cultivators do not have major weaknesses in their hearts and brains. Their souls are the crux of their survival. Of course, these cannons used the power of law, meaning they would still be injured and weakened. Prepare to deploy the law domain at a moment's notice, Shiping commanded. Sir, we are using a tremendous amount of power and energy, someone warned. Ultimately, their creations were not as perfect as artifacts, meaning they had limitations. The commander had already ordered the activation of the Annihilation Cannon and the Great Guardian Shield, which were the 2 other things that required the most energy. Now, he activated the 3rd most consuming thing. At this rate, this ship won't last long. Just do it, Shiping said. He was one of the best commanders in all the bases, and the reason was due to his observation skills and intuition. He knew something was wrong with the monk, so he prepared early. As you wish. The woman regrew her arm, and the hole in the man's chest closed, but their expression was pale. However, the battle had just started. 15 7A puppets surrounded the team, with each allocated 5 puppets, and that's not mentioning the other pilots and puppets working with these 7A elites. The 6B and lower squads immediately suffered tremendous casualties at the hands of these 3. But with their sacrifices, the 7A puppets barely managed to hold against these people. I've had enough of these things, the woman suddenly yelled as she activated her Proving Tao artifact, a red necklace. The ability was ordinary as it simply boosted her flame spells and techniques, but that was enough for her. Heavenly Flame Spear Rain. The woman conjured millions of flame spears and dropped them on the Legion. She wiped out countless puppets and even a few hundred ships with one attack. However, her action was her undoing. The 7A puppets resisted, but as soon as they died, the 5 of them exploded into a water barrier seal. The woman was caught off guard, and the barrier surrounded her, sealing her into a vast ocean of water, a counter to her flame Tao. No, her husband yelled as he rushed toward the seal. However, before he could touch it, an invisible puppet appeared behind him and plunged a dagger into his brain, directly killing him. All the puppets then focused on the calm monk while the surviving ships annihilated the water barrier seal alone with the woman. So, the mortals have developed to this level, the monk thought calmly. It was now evident that he was not taking his fight seriously. Don't you care about your comrade's death? Said one of the puppets. It's not this poor monk's fault they could not find enlightenment amidst their suffering. The monk replied while calmly looking at this puppet. You must be the commander of that giant ship. Monk, leave this place, and we will pretend nothing happened, Commander Shiping uttered. Unfortunately, this poor monk hasn't seen your true limit yet. Commander Shiping immediately stopped communicating and ordered, launch the domain. Tell all other ships to activate the light rainbow maneuver, and everyone will have 30 seconds to evacuate. People were shocked, but considering the worry in the commander's voice, no one objected. The other ships were also surprised, but they followed orders. They activated the domain and the protocol for the maneuver before proceeding to an evacuation area that teleported them to Shiping's ships. Meanwhile, the suffering monk suddenly felt his surroundings becoming murky, making it hard to move and breathe. The law of pain embedded in his flesh had considerably weakened. A domain? They've come so far? He could see these ships were resonating their laws to change the environment into a domain that boosted their attacks. I guess that's good enough. The monk's aura suddenly increased. "Commander, the target's energy level is now 8. Everyone looked at him in shock. They did not expect the commander to predict the enemy was tier 8 instead of 7. "Fire!" Shiping ordered, and the sky turned bright with all these cannons firing simultaneously. Such a devastating attack could annihilate any tier 7 cultivators except for these geniuses or people with higher artifacts. However, it was useless to the monk. He first rushed to the main ships where Commander Shiping resided, but the monk targeted the remaining vessels after realizing it would take some time to destroy the Great Guardian Shield. He turned into this black light, destroying one battleship after another. These rune ships' protective shield was a joke to the monk. "How long has passed since my order?" Shiping asked. 5 seconds. Shiping clenched his hands before ordering, "Activate the light rainbow maneuver." "But sir, we still have 24 seconds of evacuation." "We will all be dead in 24 seconds, replied with gritted teeth. The technicians were quiet before executing his orders. The surviving ships suddenly accelerate faster than the speed of light, heading directly to the monk. They crashed at unimaginable speed, and they exploded upon contact. The sight of so many speeds turning into golden lights and forming a rainbow was indeed beautiful, but none of the survivors would appreciate such a sight. Shiping calmly watched this unfold. He knew the weight of his decision, but he had to do it. He observed for the right moment and used his authority to fire the annihilation cannon. The monk was occupied by these suicide ships. Their destructive power was nothing for a body refiner like himself, but their speed was beyond his reaction time. Then, his danger sense suddenly activated, and he wanted to move out of the way. Sadly, this attack was space-based and locked him. Boom! The annihilation cannon was the greatest accomplishment of mortal civilization in spatial technology. Wang Wei and many other guardians had to preach to them before they could develop it as a trump card. With one attack, the surrounding space will collapse, releasing terrifying, chaotic spatial energy that can slice through laws and domains. Shiping calmly watched as the monk's ruined body floated in the void, still showing signs of life. He was not surprised since the latter was a body refiner. He ordered the surviving ships to surround him and seal his body and soul. His capture should make up for some of our losses, Shiping thought. However, although this was logically true, he did not think so emotionally. They lost too many lives to kill this one man. Report our losses. We came with 12,600 ships. Now only 123 remain operational. What about our loss of life? You know what, don't tell me, Shiping said. Deploy the salvage team to recuperate as many resources as possible, followed by the transportation crew. They need to control these dynasties and evacuate our compatriots. Many lives were lost in this fight, but once they evacuated everyone from this area, their base would have new blood to train and develop. Shiping left for his quarters and immediately took a gourd of wine to drink. Was it a good thing they saved these people? It appeared so, but once they returned to the base, these mortals would be trained as soldiers before being sent to their deaths. Ultimately, the same fate awaited most of them. Let's not think about this, Shiping uttered before gulping his wine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1407 North and South. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction after seeing Commander Shiping's battle. The man made all the correct choices, so although this battle was tragic, he still won beautifully. Their civilization is already tier 8, and they have almost cracked tier 9 rune technology. The mortal civilization would not accept staying at tier 8 and has been studying how to create puppets, armor, and even tier 9 battleships. They couldn't recreate the origin system's Dharma body, at least not yet, so Wang Wei suggested they go the path of domain evolution. In many cultivation systems, domains are the foundation for a world of law, and that's the path these mortals chose. Their idea is to follow the same method of low resonance between ships or puppets to create a domain. However, they will instead increase the number of ships, and if they arrange them using knowledge about arrays, they could build a world of law, allowing them to confront Tier 9 cultivators. They have made great strides in this technology, but Wang Wei also encouraged them to try alternate methods, for example, the path of pure energy. If these mortals can condense and control enough energy, they can injure Tier 9 cultivators. In other words, he encouraged them to learn from the pure Qi cultivation system. They were very receptive to this idea. The Eternal Ascension world is full of the incredible energy called Dao Qi. It's everywhere in the environment, and it is more versatile than Spirit Qi. With access to such a great energy source, why not use it? So, after the suggestion, these rune engravers immediately started. Unfortunately, they soon realized that controlling such vast energy was quite challenging once the level was high enough to hurt Tier 7. So, someone suggested turning all the Qi into pure physical matter for better control. This suggestion resulted in the design of a puppet bigger than the observable universe. Wang Wei was shocked once he saw the design. These mortals went and invented Gundams. Fate was an interesting thing. Wang Wei looked at the meeting of all the lords. Over 4 years ago, Du Zong won the election and became the High Chancellor. Since then, he has reduced his presence before these mortals. Soon, I won't have to worry too much about you, Wang Wei thought, nodding in satisfaction. Did he understand that Grand Dao was playing him so he could use more ideas from Earth to develop these mortals? He knew, but that would not stop him from doing it. Grand Dao's move is a double-edged sword. These mortals can be of great help to Wang Wei in the future, especially since he knew he might be responsible for the Allhaven Fate calamity. Grand Dao might use his ideas in other Chaos worlds, but the mortal civilization in the Eternal Ascension world is the original version, and they will be one of Wang Wei's greatest aids/weapons. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss most of the screens before him, leaving one map that showed how far this plague had spread. He sent the information about evil monks to Buddhism, hoping that would help. Sage Pure Flame, where are you? Wang Wei uttered. The crux of solving this matter is this bastard. But he is so slippery. He has shown up a few times in the past years, but no one has been able to catch him. Wang Wei raised his palm, summoning the Heaven's Secret Crystal. If everything fails, he'll have to use this crystal to find pure flame, but he felt it was a waste to use something so valuable on that bastard. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network and communicate with others while also monitoring the situation. The world continued to evolve and 20 years passed. The mortals finally developed their a humongous puppet and made great strides in their world law. Their war of civilization with the cultivators continued and was reaching the point where Wang Wei and the others would only protect them from Tier 10 and above cultivators. Meanwhile, this plague curse continued to spread, sending the entire world into a panic state. There is no need to hesitate, Wang Wei said as he held the crystal. If there is any more hesitation, the situation will reach an irreversible state. However, just as he was about to activate it, he felt a slight change between heaven and earth. Wang Wei immediately observed but found nothing. He tried a few calculations with the same result. What just happened? Whatever event has occurred or is occurring is enough to affect heaven and earth, meaning it's of great significance. However, it also seems the people involved have blocked the world's secrets to prevent others from spying. Wang Wei's communication talisman vibrated, and he activated it, showing an image of Red Mask. Did you get any news? A coup is happening in the Great Chu Divine Court. Oh? Who is so brave? Is it the third prince? That's right. Interesting. I wonder where he got the confidence to fight against Shu Run from. Did he know he was currently in a weakened state? Did you reveal the news? Yes. But you didn't tell me? Apologies, my lord. My original intention was to work with the third prince, and once everything was set up, I would bring it up. However, it seems he cut me off and found another partner. Wang Wei groaned. Red Mask has developed this bad habit of doing things before reporting. She probably thought she was taking loads from Wang Wei's shoulder and reducing his stress, but all he sees when she does this is that she's creating unknown variables that he may not be aware of. This is the last time I will say this. Don't act on your own again, Wang Wei warned. Any other time, I would appreciate your initiative, but not now. Understand? Yes, Lord, Red Mask replied as she knelt on one knee. Anything else you didn't report? I've made contact with Shi Rulin. She is our inside contact in Great Chu. Her? Such a name brings back memories. Wang Wei commented. I thought she was a secret child. After she proved the Tao, the Earth Emperor brought her back to the palace, Red Mask explained. He probably wanted to monitor her better. Wang Wei sneered. What's her current strength? She's still a great emperor. As expected, he nodded. Can you get a visual on what is happening? I'll try my best. Wang Wei had to wait for half an hour. But soon, he saw a projection of what was going on in Great Chu. The third prince, a suave young man with bright red hair and black clothes, led an army to attack his father's palace. The imperial guards tried their best to defend the palace and prevent the prince's entry, but they were outmatched military-wise, and that's not mentioning the people secretly supporting this coup. Wang Wei watched as the third prince slowly and methodically eradicated all of the palace's defenses before heading inside. How are you? Roared an indignant voice. Shu Ren finally showed up. The prince calmly looked at the hooded man next to him. He's indeed weakened, but he is still a paragon. It doesn't matter, the hooded man replied. My plan was never to kill him in a direct frontal confrontation. Well, I'll trust you again. The hooded man flew toward Shu Ren. Who are you? The Earth Emperor asked. Don't you remember me, your majesty? The hooded man revealed his appearance. Prime Minister, no, I should call you Paragon Jimin. There is no need to be so cold, Jimin said casually. After all, I've served you for many years. Shu Ren looked at his son and snorted coldly. That's your confidence? A newborn paragon that has fallen down from his realm? However, the third prince simply smiled at him. He had this demeanor that everything was under control. All right, enough chit-chat, Paragon Jimin said. Over the years, he was able to return to the peak of the Empyrean realm. The lock did not affect him since he was not cultivating but regaining his strength. However, although his cultivation was low, he could still sublimate himself and return to his peak for a short period. Jimin's aura increased, and he immediately fought with Shu Ren. Their battle lasted for an hour, and despite his weakened state, Shu Ren had the advantage during most of the battle. However, it appeared that Jimin's goal was to hold him off for as long as possible. Once that was done, he evacuated along with the prince. That's it, Wang Wei thought, feeling there was more to this than meets the eye, and he was right. A few minutes later, a terrifying vision enveloped Shu Ren's territory, followed by the third prince's voice echoing between heaven and earth. Emperor Shu Ren is cold, cruel, and heartless. Instead of focusing on the prosperity of his people, he abused his right to rule, doing everything possible to keep his power. He did not even spare his children. Heaven and earth above, I, third Prince Shi Nianzu, see his nature and cannot accept the decline of Great Chu, so I decide to take things into my own hands. I will build the Southern Chu dynasty, hoping to free my people from suffering. As he uttered these words, the Qi Luck Dragon of Great Chu suddenly roared in pain before being divided into two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1408 Battle for Control. Shu Nianzu floated from the hair, his hand holding the luck-condensing artifact of the former Great Chu divine dynasty. A gentle smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he watched the newly formed Qi Luck Dragon of his Southern Chu dynasty. Your Majesty, please fulfill your end of the bargain. A voice suddenly echoed beside him, almost ruining Shu Nianzu's happiness. Don't worry, Prime Minister. I'm a man of my word. Shu Nianzu nodded as he handed the dragon seal to him, while looking him in the eyes. Don't forget you're part of the agreement. I want. Paragon Jimin took the artifact and immediately absorbed much of this dynasty's luck. He first focused on the residual luck from the Northern Chu dynasty before continuing to the south when someone stopped him. His aura rose exponentially, and in a matter of seconds, he healed the previous backlash for forcefully sublimating, and he returned to his original cultivation state. He's here, Jimin said. How could Shu Ren allow his dynasty to be divided into two? He could have accepted the previous rebellion if his rebellious son had just taken a few of his subordinates and left the dynasty. But the bastard stole his luck-condensing artifact and divided his luck into two. Are you sure you can kill him? Xu Nianzhu asked. Alone, not at all, but with this. Jimin summoned a golden sword. A sword of destiny? The era of the 7 moons is coming to an end, and destiny is against them. Paragon Jimin sneered before rushing toward Shu Ren. The Earth Emperor was already weakened after trying to save Shu Shu. His situation worsened after his first fight with Jimin, and now, the latter had a sword that countered. After 10 minutes of fighting, Shu Ren tried to run away, but Jimin was prepared and blocked the area. Then, after another 20 minutes of desperate fighting, the Earth Emperor lost 1 life. Jimin took much of the latter's destiny but did not absorb everything. According to his agreement with the third prince, he returned some of it to make up for the luck he absorbed from the Southern Chu dynasty. Our agreement is finished, Paragon Jimin said. Thank you, Xu Nianzhu said as he received the dragon seal. Are you sure you don't want to stay? The position of Prime Minister can still be yours. I'm honored by your offer, but he'll have to decline, Paragon Jimin stated before disappearing, making Xu Nianzhu shake his head. His mother approached him a few seconds later. He left? The Empress asked. Yes. Then, how will we protect the dynasty without a paragon in charge? We'll have to rely on destiny, Xu Nianzhu replied as he looked at the sky. The Empress knew her song had some alternative plan, but since he didn't want to mention it, she wouldn't ask. Wang Wei calmly experienced Shu Ren's death, and he squinted his eyes. It's time to put the final nail in the coffin. He summoned 2 people, Monk and Jia Ping. Monk was still in the barbarian race and would take some time, but Jia Ping soon arrived. Your opportunity has arrived, Wang Wei declared before pointing at him to condense a future Buddha self, except it looked like Jia Ping instead of him. This technique will allow you to acquire the strength of your future self for a short period, but to ensure the backlash is not too severe, the strength can only go to 90%. You'll also have to team up with Monk. I understand. Wang Wei dismissed him before closing his eyes. Shu Ren returned to his secret hideout. After losing a life, he only had 1 left, and he debated whether it was wise to use it on Shu Shu, especially since it may not even save her. As he was hesitating, he sensed something and rushed over. Shu Shu had opened her eyes. Your Majesty? Where am I? Why are you so pale? Shu Shu asked in a soft voice. Shu Ren opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Did something happen to me? Shu Shu said. My creator did say I couldn't leave the seal. I always knew this day would come. Shu'er, don't worry, you will be fine, Shu Ren said, holding her hand. She smiled gently at him. My greatest joy was meeting you, Your Majesty, Shu Shu said as she raised her weak arm to caress his face. My biggest regret is also meeting you. I would not want to experience the pain of separation in 1,000 lifetimes. Please don't say such inauspicious words. Shu Ren realized Shu Shu's body was rapidly disappearing. He gritted his teeth and immediately used the technique again, linking their existence. Your Majesty, please don't, Shu Shu said with tears streaming down her angelic cheek. It is too late for me, so don't put yourself at risk for my sake. I said you will be fine, then you will be fine. Shu Ren no longer had any more hesitation and thoroughly used that technique. He sacrificed 1 more life to extend her time. However, Shu Shu's words were correct. The collapse of her existence was too far along the process. Shu Ren watched as the rate of her body disappearing drastically reduced, but it was still disappearing nonetheless. What should I do? Shu Ren thought, trying not to panic. But as he looked into her eyes and saw her life force rapidly disappearing, his heart beat uncontrollably. Suddenly, as if by divine intervention, Shu Ren had a brilliant idea. Her existence contained a flawed perfection, and my 33 nether hell is also flawed. If I link her existence to the nether hell, could I use her perfection to perfect the nether hell? And in return, the nether hell will also complete her imperfection. This idea was bold and out of the box, but it may be the only way to save Shu Shu. Better yet, Shu Ren will kill two birds with one stone by completing the nether hell and becoming a true Earth Emperor. Shu Ren no longer hesitated and immediately teleported Shu Shu away. He used his control of the nether hell to link the two together. It worked, Shu Ren thought, not entirely too sure. He closed his eyes to sense the change in this dimension. Yes, the rules are being perfected, and Shu Shu's existence has stopped collapsing. No, she's slowly getting better. Shu Ren had a brilliant smile on his face. However, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky before he could celebrate for long. A man wearing black emperor clothes with dragon designs looked at Shu Ren furiously. "You idiot! Ing Zheng!" Shu Ren yelled. He was in such a hurry that he forgot his traitorous third son had gained some control of his nether hell by aligning himself with the great Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng ignored this idiot and pointed at Shu Shu. However, before he could succeed, 3 people showed up and blocked him. A man with 4 arms, Jia Ping, and Monk. "Your Majesty, the human emperor, it's an honor to meet you finally," said the 4-armed creature. "Brat from the Tao opening sect," Ing Zheng said coldly. "This matter does not concern you, doesn't it? I've spent much effort ensuring he can complete this nether hell perfectly." "Wang Wei," Shu Ren said with gritted teeth. The latter might be using another body, but he would not forget that detestable soul aura. "So, Shu Shu was all you're doing?" Shu Ren asked, his hands clenched tighter than a dragon's jaw. However, Wang Wei did not even glance at him. Shu Ren was nothing but a pawn. Now he was no longer helpful. "This is my last warning," Ing Zheng said coldly. "Your threat means nothing to me," Wang Wei said as he started his work. He used his control of Shu Shu to accelerate the completion of this nether hell while taking control. Ing Zheng's face turned ugly as he fought back. He had been secretly infiltrating this place for too long, meaning he had more power than Wang Wei. However, the 33 nether hell had an instinct to be completed, and Wang Wei used that instinct to take more power rapidly. "You bastards!" Shu Ren screamed before flying toward Wang Wei. "Shu Ren," Monk said as he blocked his way. "When you forced me to run away from my clan, I swore an oath that I would rip your head from your body. Today, I'm here to keep that promise." The barbarian king teamed up with Jia Ping to kill the final moon of this era. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was deep in his competition against the human emperor. Although initially behind, he rapidly gained momentum and soon took control of 40% of this place, while Ing Zheng had 60%. The human emperor looked at him coldly before a decisive light flashed in his eyes. "Earth Sword," he uttered as a black sword with the power of samsara materialized in his hand. He struck down, cutting the nether hell into 2, with his 60% control and Wang Wei's 40%. "I'll remember you," Ing Zheng said as he left with his part of the nether hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1409, The End of the Seven Moon Era. Wang Wei looked at this piece of the nether hell, thinking what to do with it. I should be able to complete it easily if I ask Sun Junyo's help. Then, maybe I can use it to create a body and return to my peak. However, he immediately shook his head. It would be a waste to use this thing to make a body. Additionally, a body made from the nether hell would be too unbalanced toward his samsara Tao, which was not conducive to his future. Shu Ren probably wanted to sacrifice this thing to the underworld to receive the title of Earth Emperor, Wang Wei thought. Zhang probably has the same idea, but he's dreaming. If the Yama kings despised me and almost rejected my application, I doubt they would take too kindly to someone as cunning and famously cruel as Zhang. Wang Wei played with the nether hell that he had shrunk into a small cube. I don't care for the Earth Emperor position, but it would be funny for me to achieve Zhang's path of transcendence after he spent countless yuan epics scheming. Wang Wei has no plan to achieve transcendence through the human, Earth, Heaven Emperor method. However, he did not mind doing it after achieving transcendence in another manner, as it should boost him in the transcendent realm. Then it's decided. He'll just follow their plan, Wang Wei decided before his body suddenly paused. What if there is a better way? He was inspired as he remembered a unique creature called Deva. He once read a theory in Wu Hong's library about the early development of samsara. Once any creatures died, they were reborn according to the 6 paths of samsara: Deva, gods; Asura, demigods; humans, animals; hungry ghosts, and hell denizens. Over time, the 6 paths of samsara no longer served as a way to determine how someone did in their previous life but as racial identities. For example, if humans lived incredible lives doing good, they would no longer be reincarnated as Deva or Asura but as humans blessed with immense luck and good fortune. The animal path is no longer a punishment but a way for the demonic race to reincarnate. However, this original system is not totally abolished, Wang Wei thought. Once someone dies and has great merit, they will have a chance to reincarnate as their former race or as a Deva. Heaven and earth bless the Deva race. They are born immortal and until adulthood, which takes around 2 to 3 million years. No tier 10 or below power can harm them, including great emperors. Additionally, the Deva race is the original holder of the emperor bone physiques, as heaven and earth will lower a heaven will for them after they become quasi-emperors. The only difference is that their heaven will has no blessing to increase their chances of becoming eternal emperors. Few people reincarnate as Devas because of how high the requirements are and due to strong racial identities, Wang Wei thought. However, this does not matter. What if people with good karma and merit had another option, the Western Heaven? Yes, Wang Wei's idea is to turn the 33 nether hells into the Western Heaven and sacrifice it to the underworld. That way, when people die, they have another choice instead of constant reincarnation. They can live in a paradise where they are constantly happy and life is easy. This is a great idea. The Yama King should not only reward me with the true Earth Emperor position, but Heavenly Tao should also reward me with a ton of merit, Wang Wei thought before his lips started to twitch. Although this was a great idea and contribution to the world, doing so also meant he was playing into Grand Tao's hands. Forget it. It's better that I do it knowing I'm being manipulated than being blind, Wang Wei reassured himself with this clumsy excuse. His focus shifted to the battle before him. Jia Ping was already out, but it was apparent from his expression that he had successfully passed his trial to sublimate his double pupil. Why is he being so extreme? Wang Wei asked as he observed Monk's situation. The bastard was burning his existence to increase his strength, ensuring he had the power to kill Shu Ren. At this rate, even if he killed him, his cultivation will also fall to Emperor Realm and maybe less. Wang Wei frowned, considering whether he should intervene. He did not care for Shu Ren's luck and destiny since heaven and earth granted him the achievement of killing him once he used the life extension method to save Shu Shu. Forget it, this seems personal, Wang Wei thought. You're mad, Shu Ren yelled as Monk pummeled him with punch after punch. He tried to resist using his body and countless spells, but the young barbarian king's fists destroyed anything that came at it as it had only one mission: pummel this man to death. Mad, Monk said with cold eyes. The barbarian clan is a proud warrior race, and we consider it a great shame to run from battle or death. The day you pressured our clan, I was prepared for my death. Bang! Monk kicked him in the face. Do you know why I abandoned everything I believe in and ran away? Monk asked rhetorically. I saw my father, the indomitable man with an unbreakable spirit who raised me since my mother's death, knelt before me, begging that I run away. The tribe's priest, a woman who is the embodiment of wisdom and leadership, knelt before me, asking that I abandon my pride and run. My wife, my other half, the woman who is my anchor, the woman who is braver than me, crying and asking me not to be stubborn and to think about the clan's future instead of my pride. Do you have any idea the gut-wrenching pain I felt that day? Monk slapped him on his face, breaking a few teeth. He looked at Shu Ren with gritted teeth. You know the worst part about all of this? You were such a disappointment. I spent years thinking of the day I would be able to kill you myself, building you up as my ultimate target. But then, I came to find out you were nothing but a pawn that was manipulated and discarded. Shu Ren's body visibly paused after hearing these words. Monk took this opportunity to rip his arms off and inject his willpower manifestation to prevent his regeneration. If you were a true warrior, then killing you would have been worth all my pain and suffering. But you were a disappointment until the end of your miserable life. Shu Ren's eyes lost some luster as he reminisced about his life. He was once at the top of the world, but was that true? The people of the world despised and cursed his existence every day, and more importantly, he went from being Ing Zhang's pawn to Time Eater to Supreme Unity and, in the end, even Wang Weiss. He lived for so long and amassed immense wealth and power, but what did he do with them? Absolutely nothing that the world will remember fondly, and that is if they remember him at all. The only time I was truly happy was when I was with Shu. But even those moments were not real. Shu Ren smiled wryly. Monk looked at him coldly before ripping his head off and destroying his soul. He looked at the head with cold eyes, preparing to turn it into a trophy to wash the greatest shame of his life. The era of the 7 moons is over, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the sky. The roar of a dying dragon echoed between heaven and earth, followed by golden auspicious visions. Then, 13 dragons manifested in the sky in different corners of the world, symbolizing the return of the destiny of the 13 overlords. Interesting, Wang Wei commented as he realized the dragon for Buddhism and Taoism was so much grander than the others. This vast difference should bring enough pressure to these overlords in the upcoming catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the lock. If not for that thing, this period would be when all these people in limbo started reviving themselves. Now, no one is brave enough to try to resurrect, assuming the lock did not block all resurrection. These people can only use their limited interference from limbo to make their moves on the chessboard. I'll be returning to the clan to heal, Monk said. Take care. Wang Wei nodded. Thank you for giving me a chance at revenge. I promised you, didn't I? You can contact me if you need anything, Monk said finally before disappearing. Wang Wei took Jia Ping away to the Dao burial ground since he couldn't move to retreat before returning to his hideout. He discarded the four-arm flesh puppet he was using as his soul returned to his body. However, before he could even breathe, he received an emergency communication. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1410 Invader and Hurry. Someone had broken through the barrier of base number 1475837. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. He knew the existence of the bases could not be hidden forever, but according to his calculations, it should have taken a lot longer. He no longer hesitated and sent a projection. A handsome man with luscious black hair and golden eyes floated above the sky, observing the base with amusement, interest, and hidden greed. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, his aura suddenly changed to become arrogant and noble. Are you the owner of these mortals? Asked the golden-eye man. Hand them over and how you cultivate them to be so wise, and I'll offer you a decent price. Wang Wei looked up and down at this man. A god! Oh, it seems you have a good eye. Are you from the divine faith heaven? Wang Wei continued. Also knowledgeable, the god said with a frown, realizing he was not dealing with an ordinary person. Who are you? Wang Wei, Dao opening sect. The god paused. It was apparent the wheels were moving around his mind. It's taboo to lie about being part of the overlords. Now that our destiny is back, there are consequences. Wang Wei did not say anything else as a marking with 4 stars appeared on his forehead. The god looked at it, trying to control his emotions. Fellow Taoist, my name is Divine Zhu, and it's an honor to meet you, he said before saluting. Our 2 factions have been in cooperation for many years. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. The relationship between their faction was neutral. The divine faith heaven's primary source of confrontation is competing with Great Qin for mortals and Buddhism and Taoism due to their use of faith. I know what you want, but the answer is no, Wang Wei said directly. Leave this area at once. Divine Zhu's pleasant expression became stiff. Fellow Taoist, it's only a few mortals. We can negotiate a fair price. You heard what I said. Wang Wei understood why this bastard desperately wanted the mortal civilization development method. These mortals have longer lifespans and happier lives, and the enlightened ones have high spirit powers. If they become believers, the amount of faith/incense would be so high and pure that no god could resist. Divine Zhu became cold. Do you want to ruin our faction's relationship over these ants? Wang Wei looked him in the eyes and released his killing intent. Leave while you still have your dignity and limbs. Divine Zhu's soul and body felt chill, and he almost trembled. However, his pride as a god forbade him from revealing fear before an enemy. So, Divine Zhu took one last look at him and these mortals before teleporting away. Wang Wei calmly watched him fly away. The tree has bore fruit, and now is the time to harvest, he sneered. Now that mortal civilization was cultivated to Tier 9, it was time for Grand Tao to spread the result, and the first attempt was made by this bastard god. Wang Wei knew, in fact, that the spread was inevitable. He shared the method of cultivating a Tier 4 mortal civilization with many people in the lower dimension so these people could start from this aspect. He was never worried because he knew he would always have the advantage for a multitude of reasons. The first is culture. The cultivation world is exceptionally conservative, not liking changes to the status quo. Their immortal lives and godlike strength ensured they kept society similar for trillions of years and more. Cultivators like benefits, so they will adapt to a certain extent when needed, but unless they fully commit, their mortal civilization will only be a shell of the one Wang Wei cultivated. He has already predicted what will happen once this information is leaked. The constant worship will mean that the civilization that the gods cultivate will lack any innovative spirit. Why create new runes when you can pray for answers? Their god doesn't give them an answer? That's fine. Anyways, their lives are already filled with gods in their minds, so why is there a need to innovate? There is also the fact that these enlightened humans, who are the core for developing civilization, are wise creatures, meaning their faith in gods is not the best since they understand gods are just powerful cultivators. The mortal civilization created by dynasties and empires will have another issue. They are too self-reliant. If the mortals do not need their ruling dynasty for anything, then they become a liability. How can the dynasty use them to control the rise and fall of their chi-luck? Not to mention, weak dynasties without any immortal powerhouses could not build a mortal civilization since the mortals now had the power to overthrow them. As for other factions, Wang Wei was not worried about them. Their innate disdain for mortals would not allow them to cultivate a proper civilization. Wang Wei predicted top paragon lineages and many other overlords would develop the most basic of civilization simply because the civilization is a high pool of talent for their faction to discover geniuses. In Wang Wei's mind, he had only a few competitors in the training of mortal civilization. The first one is his wife. She's wise and a visionary, meaning she can see far ahead the benefit of genuinely cultivating these mortals, and as the person with ultimate power in the Origin Seal continent, she can do what she pleases with no one objecting. The second opponent is Mithraea. She's wise enough to see the benefits and, like Wu Hong, has ultimate power over Buddhism. Mithraea is the true enemy, given how influential Buddhism is. Wang Wei also added Taoism to the list as a maybe. After supreme unity is gone, Taoism will return to its original track, and Wang Wei feared they might cultivate a proper civilization just for the sake of keeping appearance against their competitor, Buddhism. Finally, the last opponent is Emperor Kong. His main goal is to enlighten all sentient beings, meaning he will have a key mindset to train a proper mortal civilization, show the mortals respect for their craft and achievement. The academy is the best environment to nurture the academic minds of enlightened humans. Of course, despite calling these people competitors, Wang Wei would not take them seriously. The crux of this civilization is the idea from Earth, and he's the only source. With such an overwhelming advantage, how could these people compete with him? If I remember correctly, the first primal of the divine faith heaven is from the Deva race that I was just thinking about. Is this a coincidence? Or am I being paranoid? He contemplated this question from every angle, and it seemed to be a coincidence, but he kept his suspicions. Wang Wei started overseeing the relocation of not just this base but all 3 million of them. He did not want to take the risk. He oversaw everything and increased the protection he previously provided to them. Although he knew this would only delay the time the information leaked, he would accept any advantage. I can no longer hesitate, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes in his hideout. He summoned the Heaven's secret crystal and sighed deeply before activating it. It was now a priority to find Sage Pure Flame and end this plague curse. Wang Wei did not know what to expect since this was the first time he was using the crystal. He found himself floating in this endless void with stars shining around them. After a brief observation, his expressions show a look of understanding. Are those stars physical embodiments of truths? Interesting. He focused his mind on indicating the truth he wished to acquire, the location of Sage Pure Flame. Wang Wei expected the crystal to lead him to one of the stars that contained the answer he wanted. However, he was wrong. The thing brought him to a specific area of this endless dimension. Wang Wei was puzzled, so he approached a random star, and as soon as he got close, it turned red. He chose a few more and the result was the same. So, the truth around Sage Pure Flame is hidden by someone with a myriad of falsehoods, and if I want to find him, I must search for the correct star. Wang Wei summarized before smiling wryly. The good news is he now had concrete proof that Supreme Unity was manipulating fate and the secrets of heaven and earth. If he did not enter paranoid mode and did not rely on these things, he would have been long dead. The bad news is it'll probably take a while before I find the right star. Wang Wei sighed. The situation outside was volatile, and time was not on their side. Who knows what might happen if he takes too long searching for Sage Pure Flame. He disconnected from the crystal to leave some preparation in the outside world, like a clone, to keep an eye on the overall situation. Only then did he return to track down that bastard. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Novelcole Discord. GG/BenSaysTapY if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.